Hi friends, this is Bakapa. Welcome to API testing full course. You can access all the exercise which we have done in the whole API testing course. I have already provided this link in the video description. So anyone can access this link, and also you can get the whole collections and also the environment variable details. So you can take that URL which is there in the description of this below video and paste it in the web browser. And after that, so once it is opened, so you need to export this collections into the your local system. So it will open like this after accessing the link. So this is a public access URL which I have shared it. You can click on this booking API. You can see all the APIs are there inside the two folders. So what you can do is you can click on this three dots and you can export it. So you can click on this export, and firstly you can export this booking API collection, and after that on the right side you can select the booking API environment, and after that click on this icon and click on the edit. Then you can click on three dots and you can click on this export. So this will export the environment variable details. So after exporting it, so you will get these two files. And once you have these two files, you can go to the Postman and you can click on this import and make sure that you are there in this file tab, and you can click on choose files and you can select the firstly collection, that's the Postman collection, and you can open it, and after that you can click on import. So firstly you can load the Postman collection, and after that you can load the environment details. So as I have already these APIs in my system, I don't want to import it, and this is how you can get the exercise which we have done in the API testing full course. You can find all the code which I have discussed in the rest assured API testing full course. You can search with the Bakapa and GitHub in the google.com, and here you can go to the my GitHub repository, and over here in the repositories tab you will find the rest assured API testing framework. You can go inside this repository and you can click on this code and you can copy this URI, and by using this URI, and you can simply use the git in your local machine, and you can simply clone it by using the git clone and followed by that specify the URL. So you will get the whole code which I have discussed in the rest assured API testing full course. Hi friends, this is Bakapa. Welcome back to Tester Stock channel. I will be creating a series of tutorials on rest assured API testing. In this chapter 1 of rest assured API testing tutorial, you will learn what is rest assured, why we need to use rest assured, what are the advantages of using the rest assured, what are the disadvantages of using the rest assured. Then I will discuss what is API testing and what are the advantages of API testing, what are the softwares required for this rest assured API testing full course. Then we will see the precondition, what is the precondition needed for this rest assured API testing full course. Then we will see sample rest assured API request skeleton. Then I will discuss how to install Eclipse IDE, how to install TestNG framework. Then how to create a Maven project for the rest assured API testing. Then next I will discuss how to create a first get API request, and we will validate status code, status line, response headers and response body. Then next I will discuss how to log the API request details and the response details, such as it can be the API request headers or API request body, or it can be API response headers or the API response body. So also we can specify the condition. We can log when specific validations are failed. Then next I will discuss how to create a post API request. Then we will validate status code, status line, response headers. Then we will validate API response, that is JSON object key values, and also we will verify nested JSON object key values by using the assertions. Then finally, I will discuss how to create a API chaining. So in this, you will learn how to save the any API response into the variable and how you can pass that specific variable value into the different APIs. So there we can achieve the API chaining. Let's start discussing about what is rest assured, why we need to use rest assured, what are the advantages of using the rest assured, and what are the disadvantages of using the rest assured. So let's see what is rest assured first. So rest assured is an open source Java based library to test or to validate the REST APIs or the RESTful web services. So rest assured, it is a library, it is not a UI. So rest assured supports for the different HTTP methods such as get, post, put, patch, and delete methods. So get is used for to read the resource details from the application server. Post method is used for to create the new resource details in the application server. Put method is used for to update the resource details in the application server. Patch method is used for to update the resource details partially, and we will use the delete method to delete the resource from the application server. And also we can pass the different parameters, headers, cookies data, and also we can verify and validate the HTTP methods responses. And by using the rest assured, we can test JSON based web services, and also we can test the XML based web services. And this particular library helps to integrate with the JUnit testing framework, and also it supports for the TestNG unit testing framework. And also it can be integrated with the Maven build automation tool. So let's move on to the why we need to use rest assured library. The first reason is it is an open source Java based library and it has active development community support. So if you face any issues while using the rest assured, you will get the very immediate support. That means there are many people uses this rest assured library and they can help you out when you get stuck in the project. So the second reason is, so earlier we were using the dynamic programming languages such as Groovy, Ruby for API test automation. So that was very difficult to test the APIs. And the third reason is, so rest assured it become very easy and simple to test the RESTful web services. So basically it made a life easier to test the RESTful web services. So these are the couple of reasons why we have to use the rest assured library. So let's move on to the what are the advantages of using the rest assured. The first advantage is it is an open source and free to use. So no need to pay any amount to any person. The second advantage is setup is very easy and straightforward. So just it is a library, you can use that particular library in your project. The third advantage is easily integrated with the testing frameworks such as JUnit framework or the TestNG framework. And the fourth advantage is code will be more readable as it uses the BDD approach. So we will be using the Gherkin keywords such as given, when, and then keywords, so that anyone is reading that particular API test case or the test script, so they will be understanding the script very easily by just looking at the script. No need to explain them. So let's move on to the next slide where we will discuss what are the disadvantages of using the rest assured. The first disadvantage is it does not supports for testing of SOAP APIs, and the second disadvantage is this library requires Java programming language experience or the knowledge. So there is no inbuilt reporting mechanism if we are just using the rest assured library. So we need to use the third party tool. By using that we can generate the reports. Now I will start discussing about what is API testing and what are the advantages of performing the API testing. API stands for Application Programming Interface, and API testing is one of the software testing technique which aims to determine the APIs are developed as per the expectations. So when it comes to the functionality or reliability of the application or performance of an application, that is nothing but response time of a server, and also we will verify the security aspect of an application. So these are the high level things we will validate in the APIs. So if you look at this diagram, so we have total 3 layers. First one is presentation layer, second one is business layer, third one is database layer. In the business layer, where APIs will be playing a key role. So that's where we will perform the API testing. In the presentation layer, so it is nothing but the UI or the web application, and database is nothing but it can be any database where data can be created, updated or deleted. So this is a high level for the API testing. So let's move on to the next slide. So where we will discuss what are the advantages of performing the API testing. The first one is earlier validation. So testers can validate APIs immediately when development is completed. In case of UI, so we need to wait until that particular functionality is developed and it has to be deployed into the environment, then we'll start testing it. But when it comes to the API testing, so we can test the APIs immediately when dev team is completed developing the API. Second advantage is easier test maintenance. So API test cases can be created easily, and also it can be maintained very easily. So compared to the UI test cases. The third advantage is faster time resolution. Any tester can identify the issues very quickly, and also the dev team can fix those issues very quickly. So that is nothing but faster time resolution. And next one is speed and coverage. So when it comes to the API testing, so we can test the APIs very quickly when it compares to the UI, because we need to wait for UI to be loaded, or maybe because of environment issues, so UI is not working, or maybe server issue, UI might be not working. So by looking at those kind of issues or environment related issues or the functionality related issues, so testing the APIs, it will be a bit faster, and also we can coverage more. So that means we can test it fastly, and also we can cover more cases. The next one is programming language independent. So APIs are not dependent on any programming language. So it can be so it is not depending on the Java programming or Python programming. So API can be tested without having the programming language experience, or without needing any programming language. So it is a GUI independent, because if you look at the APIs, so it is a web services, right? So there will be no UI involved, so it is not depending on the UI. So for example, there is another team who are working on the UI, so no need to wait for them. So if the API is developed already, then go ahead and test that particular API. And faster releases. So if we are testing the APIs, so we can release the features very fastly, because if you look at the speed and coverage and faster time resolution, so by looking at all these factors, we can release the application versions very fastly. So let's move on to the next slide. We will discuss what are the softwares required for rest assured API testing full course. The first one is Java. So you need to install the Java in your machine. And next one is Eclipse ID or IntelliJ. So this is where we will write the automation test script by using the Java. And third one is we will use the TestNG framework. Then fourth one is we will use the Maven for the automation build tool. Then finally we will use the Jenkins to run our all the automation script. So let's see what is a precondition we have. You can go ahead and watch out this particular full course, that is API testing Postman tutorial full course 2023. So you must be knowing the how to test the APIs manually. So by using the Postman tool, so that you will understand very easily how to perform the API testing by using the REST assured. So that is nothing but how you can automate the API tests by using the REST assured. And moving on to the next slide, that's a sample REST assured request, how it looks like. So we have the skeleton. So if you look at this one, so it uses the BDD style, that's a behavior driven development. So firstly, we have used a given keyword. In this given keyword, we have the content type. So what type of data we are sending to the application server? Then we are mentioning the request body, what data we want to send to the application server. Then we have specified the URL, to which URL we want to send the request body, right? So this is what it contains inside the given keyword. And coming to the when keyword, so we are specifying the HTTP method, so it can be get, post, put, or even delete. And moving on to the next keyword, that is a then. So in the then, we are validating the status code, status line, response headers, or the response body. Now I will discuss how to install Eclipse IDE and TestNG framework. So let's discuss first how to install Eclipse IDE. You can go to the google.com, and here you can search for Eclipse IDE download. Then you can go to the Eclipse IDE official website. You can click on this first link. So if you come down, so directly you can click on this download. So it will download you the latest version of the Eclipse IDE. So if you want to install the older versions, you can click on download packages. On the right side, you'll find all the old versions of the Eclipse IDE. In my case, I'm using the Eclipse 2021-12. You can go ahead and try the 2022-12 or 2023-3. So you can click on the link, whichever the version you want to install. And after that, on the right side, so you'll find the Eclipse IDE for Java developers. So if you look at here, over here, so you will find the operating system wise download option. So if you are a Windows user, you can click on this particular link on the right side. And if you are a Mac user, you can click on this x86_64. And if you are a Linux user, you can click on this particular link. So I'm a Windows user, I will click on this x86_64. And after that, you can click on this download button. So this is the downloading part. Once you downloaded, so .exe file looks like this. In my case, I have already downloaded and installed it. And once you got this .exe file, and you can double click on this .exe file. It will take few seconds to open. And here you can select the first option, that is Eclipse IDE for Java developer. And you can click on this install. In my case, I have already installed it. I will close this window. So steps are very simple and straightforward. You can go ahead and install it. Once the installation is completed, you can search in the Windows search box as Eclipse. So you'll get the option like this. So you'll get the app. You can click on this particular app. After opening that app, you need to select the workspace. And after selecting the workspace, the Eclipse IDE will open like this. So this is all about how you can download Eclipse IDE and how you can install the Eclipse IDE. So now let's discuss how to install the TestNG framework. You can go to this Help tab. You can select the option as Eclipse Marketplace. So it will take few seconds to load from the marketplace. So all the plugins and apps will be listed over here. So it will take few seconds to get all the details. So in the search box, you can type just TestNG and search for the TestNG here. So make sure that you are there inside the search tab, and here you enter the TestNG. And if you look at here, in my case I have already installed it. And if you look at the another software here, so there is an install button. So if I haven't installed this particular TestNG for Eclipse, so I will get this install button. In your case, you might be getting the install button. Simply click on that install button and it will take the few seconds to install, and after that you need to restart your Eclipse IDE. So this is how you can install the TestNG framework in your Eclipse IDE. So before we go ahead and create the Maven project, you need to verify whether your system is having the Java is installed or not, and also you need to verify the Maven is installed in your machine or not. You can go to the command prompt and verify here. Just type Java space hyphen version. So make sure that you are getting the proper Java version. So in my case, I'm using the 1.8 version. And after that, so this is how you can verify whether Java is installed in your machine or not. So let's verify now. Maven is installed or not. You need to use the mvn space hyphen version. So this is a command you need to enter. Then finally you should get the Apache Maven version, whatever the version you have installed, and you have done the path setup in the environment variables of your system. So this is how you can verify whether Java is installed or not, and also Maven is installed on your machine or not. Let's start creating the Maven project. You can directly go to this window and you can simply click on the create a project, and here you can select the Maven. So inside the Maven you can select the Maven project, and after that we can click on this next, and you need to select this checkbox, create a simple project, and after that we need to click on next. So here we can specify all the details and we can click on the finish button. So this is a one way of creating the Maven project. So another way is you can go to the file and new, and here you can select the project. So here under the Maven folder you can select the Maven project and you can click on the next button, and again you can select this particular checkbox, that is a create a simple project, and after that we can click on next button. So here we need to specify the group ID. So I'm giving the group ID as com.testautomation.api testing. That's it. So I will specify the artifact ID as rest assured API testing tutorial. So that's it. And I will specify the name as rest assured API testing tutorial. So I'll specify the same thing in the description as well. I'll say just I'll add the demo. Then I will click on finish button. So that's it. So on the right side you'll see this creating the project. So it will take few seconds. So just wait for a few seconds. Our project will be created with the folder structure. So you'll find the src main Java, src main resources, src test Java, src test resources. You can open the pom.xml file, and here we need to add the dependencies. So the first one is rest assured dependency, we have to add it, and the second one is JSON path, we have to add it. So let me just maximize this part, and so that's it. So let's add the dependency here. I will go to the google.com and here I'll search for rest assured Maven dependency. Then I will go to this first link, Maven repository, and I will click on the rest assured, and I will use the 5.3.0. So simply I'll go down and here I'll copy this Maven dependency and I'll go here. So here I'll specify the dependency tag. So inside the dependencies we can include all our dependencies. So right now we will specify only two dependencies. First one is rest assured and second one is JSON path. So I will go back here again. I will specify the, so again I will open the google.com and I will search for JSON path Maven dependency. So I will include the JSON path Maven dependency. So again I will go to the 2.7.0 version and I'll copy this dependency to the my project. That's it. So once you added this one, all the dependencies, right now we need these two dependencies, and as and when needed we will include all the dependencies over here. So you can save this particular file, that is a pom.xml file. Before we go ahead and start discussing about the REST API test case, that is a scenario which we are going to automate it in a couple of minutes, I highly recommend you to go to the YouTube channel, and here in the youtube.com you can search for full courses by Bakappa, and you can go to the full courses by Bakappa and playlist, and you can come down in this playlist. So there is a API testing Postman tutorial full course 2023. So you can watch out this full course, and we are using the same APIs which I have discussed in the API testing Postman tutorial full course. So now I will navigate to the Postman tool, and this is the whole collections, that is a Postman collections, booking API Postman collections we have created while discussing the API testing Postman tutorial full course. So let's start discussing about the scenario which we are going to automate it in a few seconds. So let's automate the get API call. So this get booking IDs API which will returns the all the bookings from the application server. So here I have specified the get method, and after that we have specified the URL, and after that I have not specified anything in the request body, and also I have not specified anything in the request headers also. So we have specified only two things. One is the request type, that is a method type, and after that we have specified the URL. Then we are clicking on the send button, and we are getting the 200 as the status code, and also we are getting the all the list of booking IDs. So let's start automating this scenario. Now I will go to the Eclipse IDE, and inside the src test Java I will create the package first. So I will right click on that folder and I'll go to the new, and here I'll select the package. So here I'll specify the package name as pom.testautomation.API testing, and after that I'll specify the tests. That's it. So we have the package inside the src test Java, and I will add the class under the pom.testautomation.API testing.tests. I will right click on that particular package and I will select the new, and here I'll select the class, and here I'll specify the class name as get API request. So that's it. So we have the class created. Let me maximize this class, and here I'll add the one simple public void, and I'll specify the method name here. So here I'll say get all bookings. So that's it. On top of this method I will add the @test. So we are representing this particular method as the TestNG test method. So I will hover mouse on the @test, and we will add the TestNG library to the current project. And if you look at this particular project structure, there is no TestNG library present in the project structure. Once I click on this add TestNG library, you will see the TestNG library on the project structure. So let's add the TestNG library now. And if you look at here, TestNG got added, and let's import @test from the TestNG now. So it comes from the org.testng.annotations. So that's it. So as I discussed earlier in the slides, so we are following the BDD style while writing the API tests using the rest assured. So that's the reason here I'll use the rest assured dot, and here I'll specify the given. So inside the given, we will specify the content type first. So here I'll specify the content type as dot JSON type. So that's it. And after that, we have to specify the URL. So here I'm calling to the method called base URI. And if you look at this base URI method, it is accepting the string type of argument. So I'll select that particular method, and inside this one, I will specify this URL. I'll copy this URL and I'll paste it there. So that's it. Now I will call to the another keyword called when, and inside the when keyword, I will call to the get method because we are making the get API call, and that's it. So we have added the URL and we have added the type of HTTP method. Then later we can add the validations. That is, we can validate the status code, request, response headers, response body, and status line. So we can discuss that a bit later. So let's execute this TestNG test. Directly you can right click on this test method and you can select the run as and TestNG. So TestNG test, or you can simply click on the run. So this particular TestNG test will be executed. And if you look at in this console tab, so our test is getting executed. Let me maximize this window. And if you look at this result also, so our test is getting passed. There are 0 failures. Let's start validating the status code. Let's go to our Postman tool. So once we got the response from the application server, so right now we got the response from the application server, and let's add the validation now. So we will verify the whether we are getting the status code as a 200, and we will verify the status line as a 200. Okay. And the third thing is we will validate the content type, whether we are getting the content type as application/JSON and followed by char set equal to UTF-8. So this particular value we should get it for the content type from the application server. And finally we will validate this API response has the booking ID field or not. So let's validate the first status code, and here I will add the keyword called dot then. So inside the then keyword I will call to the one method called assert that, and after assert that, so here I'm calling to the method called status code. So for this particular method we have to pass the expected status code. So that is of type integer type. So here I'll pass the 200 as a status code. That's it. Let's execute our API test now. So our API test should pass this time because we have passed the correct status code. It is taking few seconds because it has to make the call and it has to get the response. And if you look at this result, our test is getting passed. That means our validation is also getting passed. So let's try to pass the incorrect status code. So this time our API test should get failed. So let's execute the TestNG test. So it is taking bit of time, so that's fine. Let me maximize this console window, and if you look at this one, So our test got failed, and with the reason assertions are not working as expected. And if you look at the expected status code, so we are expecting the 100 as a status code, but we are getting the 200. So this is the expected failure. So this is how we can validate the status code. So let's try to validate the status line also. So if you see the fourth method here, it is accepting the string type of argument. Let's pass string as an argument. So we have to specify the expected result here. So let me add the 200 as a status code. And after that, for the status line, so always if we are getting the here 200 okay, so we have to add the HTTP followed by /1.1, and followed by that we have to specify the 200 and the okay. So that is nothing but the status line. So here I'll add the HTTP /1.1 and space 200 and okay. So this is how we can validate the status line. So let's execute the API test script now. So this time it will get passed because we are getting the 200 status code, and also we are getting the HTTP /1.1 200 okay status. So it is taking a little bit of time. Let's wait for the result. And if you look at the console output, our test is getting passed and there are 0 failures. So let's try to pass the incorrect data in the status line. If I just remove this okay, and our test will fail. So let's execute the TestNG test. And if you look at the console output, so our test is getting failed with a reason. So expected status line is HTTP 1.1 200, but so it is not matching with the our application response status line because we have removed the okay in the status line. So this is the expected failure. So let's add the okay over here. So this is how we can validate the status line for any API response. So let's validate the API response headers. So here you can call to the method called headers. So if you look at the third method, so we can pass the key and the value, respective value, expected value. So I will select the third method, and here we have to specify the two strings. First one is key, and second one is value. So I will go to the Postman tool now, and here headers. And if you look at this one, so this is the key and this is the value what we are expecting in the API response. So simply I'll copy this key content -type, and I will go to the Eclipse ID and I'll add the key, and similar way I will add the value also. So that's it. So let us execute our API test. So this time it should work as expected because content type is matching properly. So that's the reason our status code, status line, and headers will be. So these assertions will be get passed. So it will take few seconds, and after that if you look at the output, so our test is getting passed. So there are 0 failures. So let's try to pass some incorrect data. I will simply remove the JSON here, and if we are getting the incorrect data from the application server, and our API script should get failed, right? So that's the expected thing. So when we are performing the automation testing using the rest assured. So we have passed the incorrect headers, and from the application server we are receiving the different content type, that is a response headers. So that's the reason. So this time our API test will get failed. And if you look at this one, So expected header is this one, but we are getting the different data altogether. So this is the expected failure, and this is how you can validate the headers. You can try to add the other headers also, other header keys and the respective value also. So in my case, I have added only the content type. So let's try to validate the this particular field is present in the API response or not. So now what I will do, simply I will call to the one more keyword called, I'll say extract. So inside this extract, I will call to the method called response. So this response will returns us the response type of data. And if you look at this one, so it returns the response type of data. Simply I will assign to the response type. So here I'll say the variable name as response. And I will import this response from the io.restashow.response. That's it. So now we have the response. Once we have the response, and validating the API response is very easy. So what I will do, I will come down here and I'll say assert dot, I'll say assert true. So inside this one, I will simply call to the assert true, and here we have to specify the boolean condition. So here what I will do, I will take this particular response variable and I will convert into the string. Before that, I will convert response into the get body. First I will pick the get body of the API response, and once we have the API response body, I will convert into the string type. So once we have the string, we can validate anything, right? So here I'm calling to the method called contains. So simply inside the contents, I will specify the field which we are validating the from the API response. So simply I'll copy this field name, that is a booking ID, and I'll paste it here. So that's it. So what we have done, so we have extracted the response from this particular API. So once we got the response, we are taking the response body and we are converting into the string. And once we have the string, and simply we are checking this particular string has this particular field or not. So that's it. So let's execute the script now. So it will take few seconds to make the API call and to get the API response, and after that it will validate all the stuff. So before that, so let me add the JSON over here. So this could be the one of the reason it might have failed. So let's execute the same test case once again, because earlier while validating the headers we have removed the application slash JSON was there previously and we have removed it, and we have verified this particular header assertion is working properly or not. We have verified. So that was the reason it got failed. Now this time it will get passed, and if you look at this one, our test is getting passed. So for example, let's assume so our API response is returning the different field. So let's say here we'll add the different field name incorrect data. So I will specify the in caps as ID. So this particular field is not there in this particular API response, right? So this time this API test will get failed. So let's execute this test case now. And as usual, it will take few seconds to execute the API test script. So let's maximize this console window, and eventually you should be able to see the failed as a result. So if you look at this one, so our test method got failed, and with the reason, so expected is true, but we are getting the false. That means, so this particular string does not contain this particular string, that is a booking ID. So this is how you can validate the status code, status line, API response headers, and the response body. So far you have seen how to create the get API request using the REST assured. Now I will discuss how to create the post API request using the REST assured. I will navigate to the Postman tool now. So here I'm using the create booking API. So here I have specified the post as the method name, and after that we have specified the URL, and also we have specified the header as content type as the application/JSON, and in the request body we have specified the first name, last name, total price, deposit paid, and we have another JSON object inside that, that's the booking, dates, and we have the another key and the respective value, that is additional names. So once we have specified all these details, we can make the post call. Then we will get the 200 as the status code, and we'll get the booking ID. So here we will get the first name, whatever we have passed it in the request body, and also we will get all other details, whatever we have passed it in the request body. So after making the post API call, we will validate the status code, and also we will validate the first name and total price, and also we will validate the checking. So now I will go to the Eclipse IDE. So let's prepare the first request body, and after that making the post API call is very easy by using the REST assured. So here I will go to the com.testautomation.aptesting.tests package, and here I'll create the another class called post API request. So that's it. So we have the class now, and here I'll add the one TestNG test method, public void, and here I'll specify the method name as create booking, and I will surround this method with the @test. Then I will import it from the org.testng.annotations. So that's it. So now first we need to prepare the request body, and after that we can make the post API call using the REST assured. So we can prepare the request body using the JSON object, that is the first way, and the second way is we can use the external files such as text file or JSON file, and the third way is we can use the POJOs. So firstly I will discuss how to prepare the request body by using the JSON object. In the later of this API testing tutorial series, I will discuss how to prepare the request body by using the external files and also POJOs. So now let's prepare the request body. So here I'm creating the two JSON objects. So here I'll specify the reference variable name as, I'll say booking, and I will use the new operator, and I will use the JSON object here. So that's it. So similarly I will add the another JSON object called booking dates. So you might be having the question why I'm adding the two JSON object. If you look at this post API request body, so this is the one JSON object and this is the another JSON object. So that's the reason I have created the two JSON object. So let's take the one by one key and let's add into the our JSON object. So here I am using the booking reference variable, that's a booking object. By using that I'll say just put. So simply we have to specify the key name as the field name, and we have to specify the respective value here. So here I'll specify the first name as API testing. Then I will add another few fields. So I will copy this whole line. So that's it. So we have added the first name. So let's add the next field, that is last name. So here I'll specify the last name as tutorial. Then next field is total price. Of type, we have to specify the integer value. I'll add the total price as a field name, and I will specify the some integer value over here. And next field is deposit paid. So we have to specify the boolean value. So I will specify the key first, then I will specify the true here. So that's it. Let's add the next field, that is additional needs. So we have to specify any string here. So let's add the field. Then here I'll specify the string as breakfast. So that's it. And after that, we have to add the booking dates as the key, so that we will pass this particular object as the reference to the booking object. So here I'll specify the key as a booking dates, and I'll specify this booking dates object to the booking dates key. So we have added all the variables, respective keys and the respective values for the booking JSON object. So now let's add the check-in and checkout fields to the booking dates. So here I'll say put. Let me specify the key and the value. First field is check-in, and here we'll specify the first year and followed by month and followed by the date. So similarly, I will add the checkout field to the booking dates object. So here I'll specify it as the 30. So that's it. So our request body is ready right now. So after preparing the request body, so now we have to use the REST assured library. By using that, we can create the post API request. So here I'll use the REST assured dot, and I will call to the given method. So inside this, so first let's specify the content type, because we are testing the APIs which supports for the JSON. So that's the reason here I'm adding the content type as JSON dot, I'll say JSON. That's it. And if you look at this API, so here we have added the header as the content type as JSON, application/JSON, and so we can add this in the headers, or you can specify it in the content type. So now, so we have to specify the request body. So that's the reason here I'm calling to the method called body. So inside this, I will simply take the object of this JSON object, that's a booking object. I'll take it. I will convert this into the toString. So that's it. So we have added the request body, and after that we have to add the URL. So here I'm calling to the method called base URI. So inside this we can specify the URL. So simply I'll copy this URL and I'll paste it here. So we have added the request body and the URI, and now here I will call to the method called pen, that's a keyword, and followed by, so here we have to specify what type of HTTP method we are calling. So here we are calling to the post method. Then I will use the another keyword. So there I will assert the status code. So if you look at this API, so we are getting the 200 as a status code. Let's assert that particular status code by using the assertions. So here I'll say assert that, followed by I'll say status code. So inside this we can directly specify the status code. So that's it. So let me summarize what we have done so far. So we have created the two JSON objects. So based on the request body, the first one is for booking and the second one is for booking dates. And we have added all the keys and respective values within the booking and booking dates objects. And after that, we have converted this booking into the string. In the given keyword, we have specified the content type and the request body, and also we have specified the URI. In the when we have specified the post. If you look at this API, we have specified the post call, and after that we are asserting that this particular API is getting the 200 as the status code as a response from the application server. So let's execute this API test. So it should work fine. So basically we have done everything correctly, so it should get passed. And then later we can discuss how to assert the response body. So let's look at the result, what exactly the issue is. And if you look at this one, so we are getting the 500. That means there is some issue in the server. So let's re-execute the same API test. So later we can add the assertions for the validating the response body. So it is throwing the 500 as a status code. So let's try to execute one more time. So sometimes if there is any issue in the keys and the values what we have specified, because of that also we will get the 500 error. So it depends on the API how they have developed it. So we have made a simple mistake here. So let me tell you that. And if you look at this one, line number 26, we have specified the just check-in and check-in. So we have to specify the checkout here. So let's modify this out. So now it should work fine. So let's execute the API test now once again. So these are the silly mistakes. Even you might be doing it. Be carefully while adding all the keys and respective values. So that's the reason I have mentioned. So there are other ways to prepare the request body as well. So in the next tutorial, I will discuss how to prepare the request body by using the external file. So it contains all the request body. And if you look at this, our test result, so it is getting passed. There are 0 failures. That means, so we are able to make the post API request by using the REST assured, and also we are validating the status code. So let's validate the first name and the total price, and we will validate the check-in. So let's validate the first name. So if you look at this first name, so it is present inside the booking object. So we can access this first name by using the booking dot first name. So let's go to the Eclipse, and here I will add the body. So inside this body, we have to specify the path first. So let's copy the object name. So we have the booking dot and followed by the first name. Let's copy the first name. So that's it. So this particular path will returns you the API response first name. And after that, here we have to specify the expected value. So here I'm using the matches dot here I'm calling to the equal to. So inside this one, we can specify the expected value. So in our case, first name should be API testing. So that's a reason I will simply pass the API testing as a first name here. So that's it. So let's execute this API test now. So it should work fine because we have entered the correct first name. And also we will see the negative scenario also. We'll try to pass the invalid name, where eventually our test will get failed. So let's wait for the results in the console output. So it will take few seconds, and if you look at this one, our test is getting passed because our API response is contains the first name as the API testing. So if I specify something else, 1 2 3, if I add it at the end, so this time first name it will be not matching, so that's the reason it will get failed. So let's execute this API test once again. So similarly I will add the validations for the total price, and also we will validate the check-in. So check-in is present inside the another JSON object called booking dates. So we have to specify the first booking, then booking dates dot check-in. So let's look at the result now. So let me maximize this console output, and if you look at this expected, so expected result, expected is API testing 1 2 3, and actually we are getting the just API testing. So this is the expected failure only. So we have the mismatch in this booking dot first name. So let's validate similarly total price. So here I'll just remove this 1 2 3. So I'll copy the whole line, I'll paste it here. So similarly I'll add the total price, then I will specify the 1000 here. So this is the expected results. So if it is a string, then only you can specify inside the double quotes, and if it is a integer value, directly you can specify inside the equal to method. So this is how you can add the validations for the integer values. So let's execute this API test once again. So it should work fine because we have added the proper values in the assertions for the total price field. Now next we will validate the check-in, which is there inside the booking dates object. So let's wait for a few seconds. We will get the test result. So if you look at this one, so our test is getting passed. There are 0 failures. So let's add the validations for validating the check-in field. So if you look at this check-in field, which is there inside the, so firstly we have to specify the booking dot. After that we have to specify the booking dates, and after that we have to specify the check-in, and after that we have to specify the simply expected values. So I will copy this one and I will add the another line here. So after booking we have the booking dates dot check-in, and here we have to specify the expected value. So simply I will specify the expected value. So whatever we have passed it in the request body for the check-in field, so simply I'll copy this value. So it should match. So let's execute the API test once again. So we have added the validations for the nested JSON object also. So this is how we can add the validations for verifying the status code and the response body, which we are getting it from the application server. So let's wait for the few seconds. We will get the test result for our API. And if you look at this one, our test is getting passed. There are 0 failures. So this is how you can create the post API request using the REST assured, and also this is how you can add the validations for the API response. Now I will start discussing about the how to log the API request details which we are sending to the application server, and also I will discuss how to log the API response details which we are getting it from the application server. So I will open the post API request class and I will maximize this class. So let's log the API request details which we are sending to the application server. In the given keyword, so we have specified the content type, request body, and the URL. So if I have to log the API request details which we are sending to the application server, I need to specify inside the given keyword only. So after the line number 32, here I will call to the one method called log, and after the log, here we can specify what details we want to log it in the console output. So let's print the request body what we are sending to the application server. So here I will call to the method called body. So this will prints the request body which we are sending to the application server. So here we have prepared the request body. So all the details it will be printed on the console screen. So let's execute this API test now. Then we will print the what are the headers we are sending to the application server. If you look at this output, console output, so it is getting failed because of first name is not matching. That is fine. But before that, if you look at this one, so this is expected failure only. Just ignore it as of now. And if you look at this part, so it is printing whatever the request body we are sending to the application server. So first name we have specified the API testing. Additional needs we have specified it as a breakfast. So all the details which we have specified it in the request body, right? So here we have created the request body and we are passing this particular JSON object to the request body here, sorry, body method. So this is how we can print the request body. Then let's print the similar way request headers. What are the headers we are sending to the application server? So instead of here I have specified the headers instead of body. So now it will print the all the headers which we are sending to the application server. So let me just remove this part. So now our test should work fine. So let me execute this API test. Now it will print the all the headers which we are sending to the application server. So if you look at this particular output here in the console, so it is printing all the headers which we are sending to the application server. So separately you can print the request body and headers wherever the need is there. So if you don't want to specify explicitly headers or the body, directly you can call to the one method called all. So this particular method will print you the both the details. It can be the request headers and API request body as well. So it will print the both the details. Let's execute this API test now. And if you look at this one, firstly it is printing the request headers and all the details with the request method name, request URI, and the request headers, and also it is printing you the request body also at the end. So this is how you can print the request details which we are sending to the application server. And similar way we can print the response details. It can be the response body or response headers which we are getting it from the application server. So simply I will comment this line number 33. So after the line number 37, I will call to the one method called log. So here I will print the response, whatever the response we are getting it from the application server. So this will print the response which is having the booking ID and all the details in the response. So let's execute this API test now. If you look at this output, our test is getting passed and it is giving us all the details, including the booking ID and booking details, first name, last name, total price, deposit paid, booking dates, and the additional needs. So let's try to print the headers which we are getting it from the application server. So I will execute the same test once again. And if you look at here, so it is printing us the all the headers which we are getting it from the application server. And similarly, so directly you can call to the all method, so that will print you the both the request headers, sorry, response headers and the response body. So here I will call to the method called all. So this will print the both the details. So let's execute this API test. And if you look at this one, let me maximize this console output. Firstly, it is printing the whatever the response headers which we are getting it from the application server, then it is printing the response details. So this is how we can create the logs for the API request details and the API response details. So there might be a scenario you can log only the you will have to log the details whenever the validation is getting failed, right? So that is also possible. So instead of calling to the all here, so simply you can call to the method called if validation fails. So right now our validations are getting passed, so it will not print the any API response details here in this case. So let's execute this API test, and after that we will intentionally fail this API test. Then that time it will print the all the details. It can be the response headers and response body. And if you look at this output, console output, so it is not printing any log details. That is the API response details, right? So because our test is getting passed, so that's the reason it's not printing us the logs. So let's intentionally fail this particular test now. Simply I'll add 1, 2, 3 at the end of the API testing, and this time our test will get failed and it will print the all the logs. So right now we have specified inside the then. So whenever validation is failed, then only it will print the response headers and the response body. And if you look at this one output, our test got failed and it is printing the response headers and this is the response body. So it is including the booking ID and all other details here. So this is how you can create the logs, and also you can specify when validations are failed, then only you can log the details. So this is a one way. So you cannot specify like this in every test case. So there is a best approach. You can specify it in the top of the test method, or we can create the different base test, and within that base test we can specify the rest show dot, we can log the request details and also we can log the response details. So let us log the details at the test level, and after that we will log the details by specifying it in the base test. So simply I will remove this part. So let me comment it out instead of removing it. So we cannot write in each and every statement like this. So there is a best way. So this is one of the best way, and after that we will discuss another best way of how to handle the API test logging details. So here I'm calling to the method called rest dot enable logging of request and response if validations fails. So simply I will call this method. So this method will be invoked whenever our test is getting failed only. So right now our test is getting failed, so that's the reason it will log the request details and also the response details. So let's execute this test now, and you will see that it is going to log the API request details and also the API response details. So previously what we have done, we have specified we have created the logs in the given keyword, and also we have created logs in the then keyword also. So now we have created only single statement at the test level, then that will log the API request details and the response details. And if you look at this particular output, firstly it is logging the request details, and after that it is logging the API request body, and so this is the response headers, and then it is logging the response body. So this is how we can create the logs by using the single statement. So let us make it little more better approach for this one, for logging the API request details and the response details. So simply I will create the another package inside this src test java. So inside that particular package you will create the base test. So here I'll specify the package name as com.testautomation.api testing.utils. So inside this package I will create the one class called base test. So here I will write the simple method here, public void, I'll say before method, and I will surround this method with the @before method annotation. Then I will import this one from the org.testng annotations. That's it. So I will go back to the post API request class and simply I will cut this particular line and I will paste it inside the base test class. So this particular class we will inherit in the our post API request.java class. So simply I will delete all these empty lines, and at the class level simply I will use the extends keyword, and here I'll specify the base test. That's it, and you can import this base test. That's it. So now we are not specifying anything in the given keyword, and also we are not specifying in the then keyword also, right? So now what I will do, simply I will execute this test because right now it is failing. So let's execute the first happy path. So this time it will not log any API details. If I execute this API test now, and if you look at this console output, our test is getting passed. So let's fail this test intentionally. So simply I'm adding some other data in the expected result of the first name. Then I will execute the TestNG test now, and this time it should log API request details and also it should log the API response details. If you look at this one, so it is saying that it is there's a mismatch in the first name. And if you look at this part, so this is a request headers and the request body, and the next part is response headers and then the response body. So this is how you can create the logs by using the REST assured in the API testing. So far I have discussed how to create the get API request using the REST assured, and then I have discussed how to create the post API request using REST assured. Then I have discussed how to create the logs for the API request details and the API response details. Now I will discuss how to create the API chaining. So in this topic you will learn how to extract the any API response in the variable, and after that how to pass the variable data to the other API as a parameter. So let's discuss the first API testing manual scenario, then we can come to the automation side. So here we have already automated the create booking API, and here once we make the post API request, so here we are getting the booking ID and all the booking details which we have sent in the request body. So we will have to store this particular booking ID in the variable, and after that we have to pass this particular booking ID to the another API request called get booking details. So for this API we have to pass the booking ID here, so that this particular API returns us the booking details, and if I hit the send button, so we will get the response like this, because already we have created a booking and we are verifying that booking is present in the application server or not. So now let's go to the Eclipse IDE and we will automate this particular scenario. So here I will open the post API request class, and here, so I will convert this post API request into the response. So here I will call to the one method called dot extract. So here we are extracting the API response. Then here I'll call the method called response. So this response method will return us the response type of data. So that's the reason I will assign back to the response type here. So that's it. And after once we have extracted the API post API call response, then let's simply import this from the io.restassured.response. So once we have the response of the API, so we have to extract this particular value in the response. So here we are having the booking ID, right? So how we can save this particular response in the variable? So now let's go to the Eclipse here, and here what I will do, simply I will use the JSON path, simply I will use the response reference variable and I will call to the method called path here. So inside this, simply I will specify the path of the API response. And after that, once we specify the path, we will get the respective value and we can assign back to the variable here. So simply I will specify this particular key, that is a booking ID. So before this, we don't have any JSON object. So that's the reason directly I'm passing the booking ID. For example, if I need to access the first name, so for that one, I have to specify the path as booking.firstname. So for accessing the booking ID, directly we can access it. So simply I'll copy this field name and I'll paste it here. So this returns us the booking ID of type integer type. So that's the reason simply I'm specifying the return type of this variable as int. That's it. So this particular variable has the booking ID. So now we have created this post API request and also we have saved the booking ID in the variable. Now we have to create the get booking details API. So let's start creating this API by using the rest assured. So here I'm using the rest assured dot given keyword, followed by that I'm specifying the content type. So inside this one I'll specify the content type as JSON type because this is the JSON web services. So this application server supports for the testing the JSON web services type. So here we have specified the content type, and then so we have saved the booking ID in the booking ID variable. So we have to pass this particular booking ID to this get API request. So which we are going to create it now in the few seconds. So here I'm calling to the one method called path parameter. So here we can specify the parameter name and followed by the parameter value. So here I'll specify the parameter name as booking ID, and after that I will specify the value. So already this particular variable is holding the booking ID value and simply I'll pass it here. So this is how you can extract the any value from the API response, and this is how you can pass the parameters to the any other APIs. So now we have passed the booking ID to the another API for that means we are going to create the get API request. So after that, simply let's specify the URI, that's a base URI. So simply I'll go to the Postman tool and I'll copy this get booking details API URI and I'll paste it here. Then after that, simply I will use the when keyword. So inside this I will specify the request type. So we are making the get API call. So here we have to specify the path parameter. So here I'll specify the / and this particular field name inside the flower brackets. So let me just specify it in the double quotes. So that's it. So simply I will remove this part because already we have passed that field in the get method. So after this, let's add the then keyword and we will assign the status code here. So here I'll specify the status code as 200. So that's it. Later we will validate the first name and the last name. And if you look at this API, get booking details API, so we are getting the 200 as the status code from the application server. So that's the reason I have specified the 200 here. And make sure that you are passing this particular variable, that's a field or a key inside the get method properly. So if there is a mismatch, so you will get the exceptions. So now so far what we have done is we have extracted this post API called response and we have stored it into the response type. By using this response variable, we are getting the value of booking ID and we are storing it into the booking ID integer variable, and we are passing this booking ID to the our given method. So inside that we have called to the path parameter. So this is nothing but we are passing the parameter to the another API by using the response of the previous API call. And after that we have specified the URI. Then we are calling to the get method. Inside this get method we have specified the parameter field name, and after that we are asserting the 200 status code. So let's execute this API test now. Then we will validate the first name and last name from the get API response. It will take few seconds because my internet is a bit slow also. So if you look at this output, our test is getting passed, right? So let's validate the first name and last name. So here I'll simply add the dot body. So inside this body, let's specify the path, and after that let's add the matches dot equal to. So inside this we can specify the expected value. So similarly I'll copy this line and I'll paste it here. So first we will validate the first name, and then we will add the validation for the last name. So if you look at our request details, that's the API request details. First name is API testing and last name is tutorial. So simply I'll specify the expected value as API testing. In the second one I'll specify the tutorial as the expected value. And we have to specify the path from where it has to get the value from the API response, right? Let's go to the Postman tool now. And if you look at this get booking details API, so directly we are getting the first name, last name, and other details also, right? So no need to specify any other JSON object. Directly we can specify the first name and last name. So simply I'll specify the first name here, and here I'll specify the last name. That's it. Let's execute this API test now. So it should get passed. So this is how we can create the API chaining, and how you can store the any API response in the variable, and how you can pass that variable into the other APIs as a parameter. If you look at this particular output, so our test is getting passed, right? So you can try at your end, start validating other fields also. You can start validating the deposit paid, or you can validate the check-in or the checkout. So this is how you can validate any API response, and also this is how you can achieve the API chaining in rest assured API testing. Hi friends, this is Bakapa. Welcome to API testing full course. You can access all the exercise which we have done in the whole API testing course. I have already provided this link in the video description. So anyone can access this link, and also you can get the whole collections and also the environment variable details. So you can take that URL which is there in the description of this below video and paste it in the web browser. And after that, so once it is opened, so you need to export this collections into the your local system. So it will open like this after accessing the link. So this is a public access URL which I have shared it. You can click on this booking API. You can see all the APIs are there inside the two folders. So what you can do is you can click on this three dots and you can export it. So you can click on this export, and firstly you can export this booking API collection, and after that on the right side you can select the booking API environment, and after that click on this icon and click on the edit. Then you can click on three dots and you can click on this export. So this will export the environment variable details. So after exporting it, so you will get these two files. And once you have these two files, you can go to the Postman and you can click on this import and make sure that you are there in this file tab, and you can click on choose files and you can select the firstly collection, that's the Postman collection, and you can open it, and after that you can click on import. So firstly you can load the Postman collection, and after that you can load the environment details. So as I have already these APIs in my system, I don't want to import it, and this is how you can get the exercise which we have done in the API testing full course. You can find all the code which I have discussed in the rest assured API testing full course. You can search with the Bakapayan GitHub in the google.com, and here you can go to the my GitHub repository, and over here in the repositories tab you will find the rest assured API testing framework. You can go inside this repository and you can click on this code and you can copy this URI, and by using this URI, and you can simply use the git in your local machine, and you can simply clone it by using the git clone and followed by that specify the URL. So you will get the whole code which I have discussed in the rest assured API testing full course. Hi friends, this is Bakapa. Welcome back to Testers Talk channel. In the previous rest assured API testing tutorial, I have discussed how to set up the environment, how to create the first API request using rest assured. Then I have discussed how to create the post API request using rest assured, how to create a get API request using rest assured, and also I have discussed how to print the API request and response details in the console output, and also I have discussed how to validate status code, status line, response headers, and the response body. And also I have discussed how to validate the JSON object key values, and also I have discussed how to validate the nested JSON object key values. Then finally I have discussed how to create the API chaining and how to pass the parameters to the any API. In this chapter 2 of rest assured API testing tutorial, I will discuss how to create post API request using file. Then we will validate the status code, API response, and also we will validate the complex JSON response by using the JSON path expressions. So basically we will write the JSON path expressions. By using this, we can get the particular value from the any JSON object. Then we will create the get API request and we will validate the get API response. So basically, firstly we will create the resource in the application server. Then later we will validate by using the get API request. Then I will discuss how to pass the parameters to the API. Then finally I will discuss how to create the API chain. Now I will start discussing about how to create the post API request using file in REST assured API testing. So firstly, I will go to the Postman tool. We will discuss the API scenario. So here I'm using the create booking API, and in this create booking API, the HTTP method is post, and we have specified this URI. And in the headers, I have specified the content type, and in the request body, we have added all the details. So this request body, we are keeping it in the text file, and after that, we will read that text file while automating this particular scenario. So once we make the post API call, we will validate the status code, and also we will validate the booking details, and also we will validate this particular booking dates also. So we have to use the simple JSON path expressions. By using that, we can fetch the value, and once we got the value, we will use the assertions to validate the actual value and the expected values. So this is a high level at what is the scenario. We are going to automate it by using the REST assured library. So now let's discuss what are the steps we are going to do it in few minutes. So first step is we will create the text file, and where we will add the API request body. That is nothing but we will specify this particular request body in the text file. After that, we will specify the file location. So where exactly we have placed the text file which has the API request body. And third step is we will add the commons IO Maven dependency to the pom.xml file. Then in the fourth step, we'll create the post API request using the REST assured. Then finally, we will validate the API response by writing the JSON path expressions, and we will use the assertions for validating the actual value and the expected values. So let's create the text file. I will go to the Eclipse now, and inside the SRC test resources, I will create the one text file now. So here I will specify the file name as post API request body dot, I'll say text, and I will click on finish. So we have the text file created. So inside this we have to specify the request body now. So simply I'll copy this request body and I will paste it inside the text file here. So that's it. Here I'll specify the actual values. So I'll specify the first name as API testing and last name as tutorial. So that's it. So our file is ready. Let's close this file. So we have to specify the file location. So what I will do here is that I will go to this com.testautomation.aptesting.utils. I'll create the one class here. So I will specify the class name as file name constants. So that's it. So inside this class, I will add the file location. So currently we have placed our text file which has the request body inside the SRC test resources. So that's the reason here I'll create the public static final, and I'll say the string. So this is a base path. I'm going to create it first. So this base path contains the only. So here I'm going to specify the dot and followed by SRC, followed by test, and followed by resources. So firstly I'm specifying the base path, and after that simply I will specify the file name. So if I'm adding n number of files inside the SRC test resources, simply I will have to add the file name followed by the base path. So that's the reason I'm creating the base path first, so that we can use this base path wherever it is required. And whenever there is a change in the base path, directly we can command update only this line number 5. So now we have the base path ready, and we will add the another variable public static final, and I'll specify the string, and here I'll say post API request body. That's it. So here I'll use the base path variable name, and I will add the plus symbol, and after that simply I'll specify the file name. So I will go to this file and I will right click on this file which contains the request body, and I will select the properties, and from here simply I will copy the file name and I will add it here. So that's it. So we have the text file which has the API request body, and also we have created the file name constants class and which has the file location. So now let's create the class under pom.testautomation.ap-testing.tests. So here I'll add the one class called post API request using file. That's it. So inside this class I will add the simple TestNG test method. So here I'll say public void, here I'll say post API request that's it. So we have the TestNG test ready, and let's import the package for the @test. And once we imported the @test, so now we have to read this particular file, right? So whatever we have created, the text file which has the request body. So if you look at these steps, the first step is done, the second step is done. We have to do the third step where we have to add the commons IO Maven dependency. So let's go to the google.com and here search for commons IO Maven dependency. And you can go to the Maven repository official website here. And you can select the latest version of the commons.io and simply copy this dependency and go to the Eclipse and open the pom.xml file and simply specify the dependency inside the dependencies tag. So that's it. After that you can save it. So once we added the dependency, let's go to our class which we have created just now. So here simply I am using the file utils dot can say read file to string. So if you look at the second method, read file to string, which is accepting the file type of argument, that's a file object, and after that you have to specify the encoding also. So here what I am doing is simply I am creating the object of file. So inside this I will specify the file location. Already we have specified the file location inside the file name constants.java file. So simply I will use the file name constants dot I will call to the post API request body variable. So this particular variable is holding the location of our request body. So let me maximize this window. That's it. So once we added the location of the file, so here we have to specify the UTF-8. That's the encoding of the data which is there inside the text file. So let's import the file from the java.io, and after that you can surround this with a try and catch block. That's it. So after reading the file, so it will return you the string type of data. If you look at here, so it is returning you the string type of data. Simply I will save that into the string type. So here I'll say post API request body. That's it. So let's try to print this particular text which we are reading it from the text file, and after that we'll start creating the post API request using the REST assured library. So simply I'm using the system.out.println. So inside that simply I'll pass this post API request body over here. So let's run this TestNG test once. and it should print the request body which is there inside the text file. And if you look at this console output, so our test is getting passed and also it is printing the request body which is there inside the text file. So we are able to read the request body from the text file. So it can be even JSON file also, that is not an issue. Even with the JSON file also it will work fine. You can try with the JSON file. So in my case I'm checking with the text file. So once we are able to read the request body and creating the post API request using the rest assured library is very easy. So let's use the rest assured library methods. So here I will simply call to the rest assured methods. So here I'll use the rest assured dot, followed by I will use the given keyword, and inside this given keyword I will specify the content type first. So here I'll specify the content type as JSON type. So after specifying the JSON type, content type as JSON type, so you can add this as a header or directly you can add it as a content type. So if you look at this our API in the Postman tool, in the headers we have added the content type, right? You can add this particular key value in the headers or you can specify it as the content type directly, and followed by we have to specify the body. So already we know the request body, so simply I will specify the request body. So I'll copy this variable post API request body and I'll paste it here inside the body method, and followed by we have to specify the base URI, and here we have to specify the URI. So I will copy it from the Postman tool. Simply I'll copy this URI and I'll paste it here. So we have the request body is ready and we have URI is also ready. So we have to specify the what type of method we have to call. So inside the when I will specify the method name. So here I'll simply specify the post method. If you look at this Postman API request, we are going to call to the post as the HTTP method, and then we are going to make the call by using the send button, right? So that's the reason here I'm calling to the post method, and followed by I'm using the then, and we are going to assert the status code as of now. Then later we will add the assertions for the validating the API response, and where we will use the JSON path expressions. By using that we can fetch the value from the API response, then we can validate the actual value and the expected value by using the assertions. So simply I'm asserting the only status code as of now. So here I'll add it the 200. So that's it. So let's execute this API request. So it should work fine without any issues. So it will take few seconds because it depends on the server, application server. And if you look at this output, so our test is getting passed, there are 0 failures. Let's start validating API response by using the JSON path expressions. So I will go back to our API test now. So I will convert this whole API request into the response. So here I will call to the method called extract and followed by the response. So after calling to this response, it returns me the response type of data. So that's the reason here I'm assigning back to the response reference variable. Then I will import the response from the io.restashow.response. So once I have the API response and validating the JSON object key value is very simple. So you can simply call to the method called, so insert JSON path. So there is a one method called read. So after calling to that method, you need to pass the two arguments. First one is API response and second one is the JSON path expression. So here I'm passing the first API response, that is I will take this API response reference variable and I will convert this into the body. I will fetch the body from the API response and after that I will convert into the string, right? So let's take the API response from the Postman tool now. So I will copy this API response after making the create booking API call, and I will come to the Google, and here I will search for JSON Path Evaluator. You can go to the JSON Path official website, and here you can, in the input section, simply you can specify the JSON object, and if you write the expression over here on the right side, evaluation results will show you the respective results. For example, if I want to read booking object, simply I will specify the booking here, and I got the respective results over here on the right side. For example, if I want to read the first name, simply I will pass this first name after the booking. That's it. So I got the respective value. If you look at this one, first name has the API testing as the value, and if you look at this one, we are getting the API testing, right? So if you look at this one, so it is always returning as the JSON array, and if you look at this square brackets, so it is a JSON array. So after calling this method, always it returns the JSON array. So simply I will copy this expression and I will paste it here for the read method, and I will assign back to the JSON array. That's it. So once we are having the JSON array, simply import it from the net.minidev.json. So once we are having the JSON array, so for example, if I'm having multiple values here, we can access by specifying the index of that. So for example, this is the first value. If I specify the index as a 0, it will returns me the first value. For example, if there is another value here, after writing this expressions, if we are getting multiple values, by specifying the index, we can read the value. So in our case, we don't have multiple values. So that's the reason what I will do. So as of now, I will write the system.out.println, and I will use JSON array dot get. So simply I will specify the index here as a 0. So this will prints me the API testing as the value from the API response. If you look at this particular method, it is accepting the API response here and also the expression. By using this expression, it will fetch the data from this API response and it will return us. And once we are having the actual value, and we can compare with the expected value, right? So let's try to print the first name first, and then we will use the assertions for comparison. So let's run this API test. Then later we will validate the other fields also, like last name and check-in, which is there inside the booking dates JSON object. And if you look at this one, so our test is getting passed, and also it is printing the first name. So once we are having the actual value, so by using the assertions, we can compare the both actual value and expected value. So simply I will create the one string variable as first name, and simply I will convert this into the string. That's it. So here we are having the actual value from the API response, that is from the application server, and here I will use the asset equals. So here we have to specify the actual value and the expected value. So let's specify the actual value. So let's specify this first name, and after that I'll specify the expected value is API testing. So that's it. So let's execute this API test once again, and both the values are matching, and this test will pass. And also we will pass the incorrect data in the expected value, and we will see whether it is failing or not. And if you look at this one, so our test is getting passed successfully. So let's try to pass the incorrect value over here. Simply I'm adding the 1 2 3 at the end, and now the actual value and expected values are not matching. And if you look at this output, so there is a mismatch in the expected value and the actual value. So the expected value is this one, but we are getting just API testing, right? So let's validate the even last name also. Simply I will add the similar expression and I will copy the whole three statements and I'll paste it here. And instead of first name, I will specify the last name. So let's go to this expression here and simply I will specify the last name here. That's it. So we are getting the tutorial as the last name value, right? So if you look at this result also, we are getting the last name. And simply I will copy this expression and I will paste it here. And I will say this one as the last name. JSON array name, I have specified it as a JSON array last name, and I will use the same in the line number 47. And I will edit the string name as last name, and I will pass this last name in the assertions also, right? And we will add this expected value is tutorial, and I will remove this 1 2 3. So now first name and the last names are matching, so both the assertions will get passed. So let's execute this API test. And also we will validate the check-in by writing the expressions in the JSON evaluation official website. And if you look at this output, so there is some failure. Let's check this out. So there is an illegal character. So let's verify what exactly the wrong we have made it. And if you look at this one, line number 46, and we have specified the $2 here. So let's correct this part and let's run this API test once again. So when you are having the complex JSON objects or the array of JSON objects or nested JSON objects, you can use this particular approach to work with the API response and get or fetch the particular value, and you can compare with your expected values. If you look at this output, so our validations are getting passed. So let's validate the check-in also. Let's write the expression for check-in. So after booking JSON object, we have the another JSON object called booking dates. So simply I will specify the booking dates, and after specifying booking dates, here I'm getting both the fields, that is a check-in and checkout. So let's get the check-in value, and I got the check-in value. So similar way I will simply copy and paste these 3 lines, and I will copy the expression first, and after that I will convert this JSON array name as I'll say check-in, JSON array check-in, and I will use this JSON array check-in in the line number 52, and after that I'll specify the check-in as the string name. So this check-in has the check-in date, and we will specify this check-in date in the assertion. So let's specify the expected value. I will go to my request body a text file, and I will get this particular check-in date, and I will specify the expected value as the 2018-1-1. So our all validations should get passed because there is no mismatch in the expected value and the actual values, right? So let's run this API test once again. You can start validating other fields in the API response, and everything should work fine. So if you face any difficulties in validating any of the fields, please let me know in the comment section. And if you look at this output, So our test is getting passed. So this is how you can write the JSON expressions and fetch the value from the API response, and then you can compare the expected value and the actual value by using the assertions in the REST assured API testing. To know more about how to write JSON path expressions, you can go to the YouTube channel. I have already created a separate tutorial on how to read the complex JSON files by using the JSON path API. Here you can search for how to read complex JSON using JSON path API. So if you search with these keywords, here you will find the very first tutorial from my channel, how to read complex JSON files values with filters using the JSON path API. So this is a complete tutorial on how to read the complex JSON objects or the any API response which has the nested JSON objects. So you will get the complete idea. I would recommend you to go ahead and watch out this particular tutorial. So you will get the more idea on how to write the expressions and you can fetch the value. So far we have created the post API request using the REST assured, where we have passed the request body from the text file. And after creating the booking, so we have to validate in the get API request. If you look at this create booking, after creating the booking, so we are getting the booking ID here. So by using this booking ID, we have to validate in the get booking details. If you look at this particular URL, so here we are passing the booking ID and we are validating whether this resource details are present in the application server or not, right? So let's create the get API request. Now we will validate, we will pass the this particular parameter from the post API request and we will validate whether we are getting the 200 response or not from the application server. So now I will go to the Eclipse again. So if you look at this API, so here we are passing the booking ID. So we need to write the simple expression. So let me take this particular REST API response and I will go to the JSON path evaluator and I'll paste it here. And here I'll write the simple expression. So let me just take the post API response. From this create booking API, we have to take this particular API response. From this response, we have to fetch the booking ID so that we can pass booking ID to the get API request. So here simply I will write the dollar symbol followed by booking ID. So that's it. If you look at here, this particular key has the 5130 as a value, right? So in the right side we are getting that particular value. So let's go to the Eclipse now. So simply I will copy this particular two lines and I will paste it down here. So let me remove this one. I don't need this one and directly I will assign to the integer variable as. So here I'll create the variable as booking ID and I will specify the expression here. Because this particular key is not present inside any of the JSON object, so that's the reason I'm assigning back to the integer variable. So simply I will copy this expression and I will paste it here. That's it. So we got the booking ID. So once we are having the booking ID, we need to create the get API request using the REST assured. So that is very easy. So here I will use the REST assured followed by the dot given method followed by I will call to the content type. First I will specify the content type as a JSON type, and after that if you look at this get API request, so simply we have to pass the get as the HTTP method, and after that we have to specify the this particular URL, and after that we have to specify the booking ID, right? So we have not specified anything in the request body and also we have not specified anything in the headers also. Then we will get the response as a 200 and also we'll get the booking details, right? So now I will go back to the Eclipse now. So we will specify the base URI. So simply I'll copy the URI from the Postman tool. So right now I'm using the get booking details API. So simply I'll copy this URI and I'll paste it here. So once I'm having this URL, URI, then here I'm calling the when method followed by the, I'm specifying the type of method as the get. So here what I will do, simply I will specify the forward slash and followed by the two flower brackets. So inside this I will say booking ID, and after that I'll specify the comma, and I will take this line number 56 booking ID variable, integer variable which has the booking ID, and I'll paste it here. That's it. Then simply I will remove this part. So this is where we were passing the booking ID in the Postman tool. That's it. In the previous tutorial we were passing this booking ID in the given itself by calling to the path parameter method. So here we were passing the parameter name and respective value we were passing it, right? So now this time we are passing the parameter in the get method itself. So once we have specified the URL, and after that we have specified the type of method, and once we have done these two things, so next is the then keyword. So in then keyword we will validate whether we are getting the status code as the 200. So here I'm calling to the method called status code, and I will pass the 200 as the status code. That's it. So let's execute this API test now. So we have fetched the booking ID here in the line number 56. So after getting the booking ID, so we are passing this booking ID to the get API request at runtime. So this is where you have learned how to pass the parameter to the any API request, and also you have learned how to create the API chain. So let's execute this API test and it should work fine. So let's execute this API test now. And it will take few seconds, and if you look at this console output, so our test is getting passed, right? Let's inherit the base test in the post API request using the file class. So here we have created the base test. Inside this we have created the one simple @before method. Inside this we have written the rest-assured.enable logging of request and the response if any validations are getting failed. So let's inherit this base test inside the post API request using file. So let me maximize this class, and here I'll add the extends keyword followed by the class name. So if you have not imported the base test, you need to import this base test, and let's fail one of the API test intentionally. So here I'll pass the 100. So in the get API call, so we are validating the status code, and here status code will be not matching because we will get the 200 as a status code from the application server, and the expected value is 100. So that's the reason it will get failed. And in the console output, if I execute this API test, it will print the API request details and the API response details, which we are getting it from the application server. So let's maximize this console output, and if you look at this first part, so this is the first part, that is the API request details. So firstly it is printing the API request headers, and after that body, because we are, so in our case validations are getting failed in the get API request, so that's the reason in the body we don't have anything, so it is printing just a body, and after that this is the API response headers and followed by the API response body. Hi friends, this is Bakapa. Welcome to API testing full course. You can access all the exercise which we have done in the whole API testing course. I have already provided this link in the video description. So anyone can access this link, and also you can get the whole collections and also the environment variable details. So you can take that URL which is there in the description of this below video and paste it in the web browser. And after that, so once it is opened, so you need to export this collections into the your local system. So it will open like this after accessing the link. So this is a public access URL which I have shared it. You can click on this booking API. You can see all the APIs are there inside the two folders. So what you can do is you can click on this three dots and you can export it. So you can click on this export, and firstly you can export this booking API collection, and after that on the right side you can select the booking API environment, and after that click on this icon and click on the edit. Then you can click on three dots and you can click on this export. So this will export the environment variable details. So after exporting it, so you will get these two files. And once you have these two files, you can go to the Postman and you can click on this import and make sure that you are there in this file tab, and you can click on choose files and you can select the firstly collection, that's the Postman collection, and you can open it, and after that you can click on import. So firstly you can load the Postman collection, and after that you can load the environment details. So as I have already these APIs in my system, I don't want to import it, and this is how you can get the exercise which we have done in the API testing full course. You can find all the code which I have discussed in the rest assured API testing full course. You can search with the Bakapa and GitHub in the google.com, and here you can go to the my GitHub repository, and over here in the repositories tab you will find the rest assured API testing framework. You can go inside this repository and you can click on this code and you can copy this URI, and by using this URI, and you can simply use the git in your local machine, and you can simply clone it by using the git clone and followed by that specify the URL. So you will get the whole code which I have discussed in the rest assured API testing full course. Hi friends, this is Bakapa. Welcome back to Testers Talk channel. Let me summarize what we have discussed in the chapter 1 and in the chapter 2 of rest assured API testing tutorial series. So we have discussed how to set up the environment for rest assured API testing, how to create the post API request using rest assured, how to create get API request using rest assured, and also I have discussed how to pass the parameters to the API request, and also I have discussed how to achieve the API chaining in rest assured API testing. And finally in the chapter 2 of rest assured API testing tutorial, I have discussed how to validate the API response by writing the JSON path expressions. In this chapter 3 of rest assured API testing tutorial, I will discuss what is serialization, and also I will show you with an example what is serialization and how to implement the serialization. And then I will discuss what is deserialization in the API testing and how to implement the deserialization. Next, I will discuss how to create a post API request using POJOs in the rest assured API testing, and then we will validate the API response. After creating a resource by using the post API request, we will verify by creating the get API request. So mainly we will check the whatever the resource we have created in the application server, we will validate by creating the get API request, and also we will validate the response. Then finally I will discuss how to perform the JSON schema validation in the rest assured API testing. Now I will start discussing about what is serialization and how to implement serialization in the rest assured API testing, and also we'll see with an example. Now I will go to the Postman tool here. So here I'm using the create booking API. So serialization is nothing but converting the Java class objects into the JSON object. So what we will do in this example is, so if you look at this API request body of the create booking API, so here we have total two JSON objects. First one is having the 5 fields and second one is having the 2 fields. So what we will do is we will create the two pojos which is having the all these fields. So we'll create the first Java class with the booking and we'll specify all these fields within the booking class, and we'll create another class called booking dates. Within that we'll specify these two fields, and with respect to that we'll generate the getters and setters, and we'll specify the value by using the setters. So now I will go to the Eclipse here, and here I'm going to create the package. So here I'm specifying the package name as com.testautomation.api testing.pojos. So that's it. So inside this package I will add the one class called booking, and similarly I will add another class called booking dates. Here I'll say booking dates. That's it. So now I will go back to the booking.java class. So here I will specify the all the keys which are there in the API request body. So I will go back to the Postman tool. So we have to create the variables with the private all these fields. So let's specify the first field, first name, and here I'll specify the private, and here I'll say string, and I'll specify the key name. So make sure that you are adding the exact key name which is there inside the request body. So similarly I will add the last name and additional dates. So these are the string type. I will add the private string, and followed by that I'll specify the last name, and similarly I will add the additional dates of type string type. So make sure that you are adding the exact key name, otherwise you will get the exceptions at the runtime. So we have added 3 string variables, and after that we have to specify the total price of type integer, and we have to create another variable of type boolean. So let's add the total price of type integer. So here I'll say private int, here I'll say total price, and I'll create another variable called boolean of type boolean. Here I'll specify the key name as deposit paid. So that's it. Then we have to create the another reference variable of type booking dates type. So that's the reason here I'm creating the reference variable of booking dates. So that's it. So make sure that this reference variable name is exactly same as the request body. So simply specify the reference variable name as booking dates in the smaller case. So that's it. So let's add similarly check-in and checkout string type of variables inside the booking dates class. So here I'm adding private string check-in, and I will add similarly checkout also. So if you look at this request body, so inside booking dates we have the 2 variables. First one is check-in and the second variable is checkout. So let's add another variable. So I'll add the private here and of type string, and here I'll say checkout. So that's it. So after adding the variables or the keys, we need to generate the getters and setters for all these variables, right? So you need to select all these variables and right click on that, and here you can go to the source and select the option as generate getters and setters, and here you can individually select each variable one by one, or you can click on this select all. If you click on this select all, it will select all the variables, and simply click on generate. So that's it. So after generating the getters and setters, so we need to add the one constructor in this class. So one is a default constructor, so we will not write anything inside the default constructor, and also we have to add one more constructor that is after parameterized. So here I'll say the public because every constructor will be the public here in the Java, right? So here I'm specifying the public followed by the class name as the constructor name. So similarly, I will add the parameterized constructor, and this parameterized constructor will accept all these values. So that is first name, last name, additional needs, and so on. So here I'll specify the string and followed by f name. So that's the first name, and after that I'll say l name, that is nothing but last name, and I'll specify the a needs, that is nothing but additional needs. Then I will say int t price, that is nothing but total price. So we will use all these variables for the setting the values whenever we are creating the object of the booking class. So after total price, we have to specify the deposit paid. So here I'll say boolean, as I'll say t paid, that is a deposit paid, and followed by the I'll accept the another type of argument, that is the booking dates. Here I'll say b dates. So that's it. So whenever I'm creating the object of booking class, I need to pass all these data. So after once I got the data, I will set it here by using the setters. So here I'm calling to the method called set first name. So here we have to specify the f name inside that. So let's set the another set of fields. Let's set the last name. So after last name, let's set the additional needs. Then after additional needs, let's set the total price. And after that, let's set the deposit paid. And after that, let's set the last reference data, that is the booking dates data. So here I'm using the set booking dates, and simply I'm passing these b dates here over here. So every variable is passed over here. So whenever I'm creating the object of booking, so we'll pass all the values and we'll set by using the all these setters. So that's it. So this is all about the booking class. So in the booking dates class, we have created just variables of type private. So let's generate the getters and setters for these two variables. And here I'll say generate getters and setters, and I will select all the variables and I'll say generate. So that's it. So after generating all the getters and setters, so simply we have to create the two constructors. One is default constructor. So here I'll say public, I'll say booking dates, and this will not accept any argument. And in the second constructor, I will add the two parameters. First one is cin, that is a check-in, and I'll specify another parameter as cout, that is a checkout. And inside this constructor, I will set the all these values, that is a cin and cout. So here I'll use the set check-in by using the cin value, and I will set the checkout also by passing the cout as the parameter. So that's it. So this is all about creating the POJOs. So far we have created the booking.java class, and also we have created the booking dates Java class, and also we have specified the respective keys, and also we have generated the getters and setters for each of the members. Then finally we have created the constructor to set the values whenever we create the object of the respective classes. So now inside the pom.testautomation.api testing.tests, so I will create the one class called post API request using POJOS. That's it. I will click on finish button. So here I will add the simple TestNG test method. So here I'll say @test, and below that I'll specify public void. Here I'll say post API request. So that's it. So 80% of the work is done. Another 20% of the work is left out. Let's import this @test from the TestNG. So mainly the focused task is creating the POJOS classes. So in our case, one is that booking.java class and second one is bookingdates.java class. So here we have already created the @test method. Inside this, simply we will create the object of the booking.java class and we'll create another object of the booking dates. So first we'll create the booking dates object and we can pass this booking dates object to the booking class, right? So let's create an object of the booking dates and also we'll pass the value. So inside the constructor. So that's it. So this particular constructor, it is accepting two type of argument. One is check-in date, and second one is checkout date, right? So simply I'll specify 2023-03 and I'll pass some date here, and followed by that I'll specify the checkout date 2023 followed by month, and followed by I'll specify some date over here. So that's it. Our booking dates Java class object is ready, and we will create another Java class object that is of type booking. So here I'm creating the object of booking, and here I'll say new, and followed by that I'll say booking. So firstly we have to pass the first name to the booking class constructor, that is API testing, I'll say here, and we need to pass the last name as tutorial, and followed by we have to pass the additional needs, I'll say breakfast, and followed by we have to specify the price, that's the total price, here I'll say 1000, and after that we have to pass the deposit paid, so I'll pass the boolean value as true, and followed by that we have to specify the booking dates object, right? Already we have created in the line number booking dates object. Simply I'll copy this object and I'll pass it over here. So that's it. Let's import this particular class. So done. So far we have created the two POJOS, and also we are able to set the values by creating the Java class objects. So now we need to use the one Maven dependency called JSON databind. By using that, we can serialize the Java class objects into the JSON object. So you can go to the google.com and here you can search for JSON databind Maven dependency. And here you can go to the Maven repository official website. So I will use the 2.14.1 version. You can use any of the version, so it will work fine. So simply I will copy this Maven dependency and I will go back to the Eclipse, and here I will open the pom.xml file and I will maximize this one, and I will specify the Maven dependency inside the dependency stack, and after that simply save the pom.xml file, and if you look at here, it is going to build the project for you with the downloading JSON databind API. So it is done. So let's close this pom.xml file. Again, let's open the post API request using POJOS.java class. So once we added the JSON databind API, so we need to create the object of the object mapper. So by using this object mapper, so make sure that it is coming from the pom.fasterxml.json.databind. So by using this object, we can serialize the Java class object into the JSON object. That's it. So by using this object mapper object, I am going to call to the one method called writer with default pretty printer. So after calling this method, I am going to call one more method called write value as string. So if you look at this second method over here, so write value as string. So it is accepting the object, and after that it is returning as the string type of data. So simply we'll pass the object as the booking in our case, and simply I'll copy this booking object and I will pass it here. That's it. So after calling this method, it is going to return as the string type of data. Let's assign back to the string type of variable. So here I'll say request body. So let's surround this whole method with the try and catch block. So here I'll say surround with try and catch block. That's it. So that's the reason we were getting the error in this particular line. So we got the request body, right? So by using the object mapper, we are able to serialize the data by calling to the writer with default pretty printer dot write value as a string, and inside that we have specified our Java class object of type booking. Then it is returning as the string type of data. So this particular string variable is holding the JSON object. So let's print out that particular string in the console output. So here I'll use the system.out.println, and simply I will copy this variable and I'll paste it here. So that's it. So this is how you can create the POJOs, and this is how you can serialize the data. So let's execute this TestNG test, and we should be able to print this particular request body. So this is the JSON object, right? So this is what we have prepared by using the Java class object. So now we are converting that into the JSON object. And if you look at this one, so our test is getting passed and it is printing as the JSON object, right? So all the fields, it has the fields and respective values for the right side, right? So this is how you can create the POJOs, and this is how you can implement the serialization in the REST assured API testing. So far we have discussed how to implement the serialization in the API testing. Now I will discuss how to implement the deserialization. So deserialization is opposite to the serialization. So where we will convert the JSON object into the Java class object. That is nothing but the deserialization. So let us implement the deserialization. I will discuss how to deserialize any JSON object into the Java class object. So here I'll say deserialization. Then here I will use the object mapper object, and after that I will call to the one method called read value. So in this method I will pass the JSON object and the Java class object type. So request body is holding the JSON object. I will copy this variable and I will pass on to the read value method, and we want to convert this JSON object into the booking class Java object, right? So that's the reason simply I will copy this line number 18 booking class, and here I will add it booking dot, here I'll specify the class. That's it. So this particular method read value, it returns the of type value is booking type. So that's the reason I'm saving that value into the booking type. Here I'll say booking. I'll specify the reference variable name as booking details. That's it. So by using the booking details, I can access any data. So it can be the first name, last name, or it can be the check-in or the checkout dates. So let's try to access the first name and the total price, and after that I will discuss how to access the booking dates. That's the check-in date and checkout date. So those are the variables, those are the keys which are there inside the another class object, that is a booking dates object, right? So that's the reason we will discuss that a bit later. So let's try to access the first name and total price. So by using the booking object. So we'll use this particular reference variable. By using this one, we can access our data. So here I'm using the system.out.println, and inside this I will use the booking details reference variable. By using that reference variable, so we have already implemented the or getters to get the value, right? So simply I will say here first name. So this particular method will return us the first name from the booking object. So let's try to access the total price also. So simply I will copy the same line and I will paste it here. So instead of first name, I'll say here total price. That's it. So let's execute this TestNG test. Later we will access the check-in date which is there inside the booking dates object. So let's execute this TestNG test, and it should print us the first name and the total price. So if you look at this console output, firstly it is printing us the JSON object. So this is printing after serialization of the Java class object into the JSON object, and after that here we are seeing the first name and the last name. So these two values are printing after the deserialization. So let's discuss how to access the values which are there inside the booking dates class, right? So let's maximize this window. Now here I will use the again system.out.println. By using booking details reference variable, here I'm going to call to the method called get booking dates. So inside this we have the check-in and checkout data, right? So here I'm accessing the check-in, that is a get check-in data. So this will print me the check-in date. So let's try to print the even checkout also. So here instead of check-in, I will say checkout, get checkout data. That's it. So let's execute this TestNG test, and it should print the check-in and checkout at the end of the test. So let's maximize this console window, and if you look at this one, at the end it is printing the check-in and checkout date after the deserialization. So this is how you can deserialize the Java class object into the JSON object into the Java class object. So far you have seen how to create the POJOs and how to serialize the data and how to do the deserialization in the API testing. Now I will discuss how to create the post API request using the POJOs in the REST assured API testing. So here I will use the simply REST assured dot, and followed by that I will use the given keyword, and inside the given keyword I will specify the first content type, and I will specify the content type as JSON. So after specifying the content type, I will specify the body. So inside this body, simply I will pass the request body. So after the serialization, we got the JSON request body, right? So simply I'm copying it, that variable, and I'm passing it here. And after passing the JSON content type request body, we'll have to specify the base URI. So let's copy the URI from the Postman tool. So simply I'll copy this URL, that's the URI, and I will paste it here. That's it. After that, in the when keyword, I will specify the type of HTTP method as the post, and after that I will specify the then keyword. Inside this I will assert the status code. So here I'll call to the assert that, and after that I'll say the status code. So after making the post API request call in the Postman, we are getting the 200 as the status code as a response, right? If you look at here. So let's validate this particular status code. That's it. So let's execute this API test. After this, we will validate whether resource details are created properly in the application server or not. We will verify by creating the another API request, that is get booking details API request will create it by using the REST assured. So now let's execute the API test and we'll see the output whether this API test is working fine or not. So this post API request will create the new resource in the application server, and we will validate by using the get API call later. So still execution is going on. So let's wait for a few seconds. And if you look at this console output, so our test is getting passed, right? So we are able to make the post API request by using the POJOS. So now let's verify is resource details are present in the application server or not. For that, we need to fetch the first booking ID. So if we are having the booking ID, then only we can pass this booking ID to the get booking details in the URI, right? So now let's create the get API call, and before that, let's fetch the booking ID. So what I will do here is simply I will extract the API response calling to the dot extract followed by the dot response. So this returns me the response type of data. Here I will assign back to the response type. Once we got the API response, we can fetch the booking ID. You can import response from the rest assured API. That's it. So after getting the response, we can simply use the path. So by using this path, we can get the directly value, right? So here let's specify the key name. So simply I will copy the key name here from the create booking API and I will paste it here. So this returns me the integer number, that is a booking ID. So here I'm specifying the variable name as booking ID of type integer. So we have the booking ID. Now let's create the get API call by using the rest assured. So again I will use the rest assured dot here I'll say given, followed by that I'll specify the content type. So here I'll specify the content type as .json type. Then so we are not specifying anything in the request body. So if you look at this get booking details API, so we don't have anything in the request body. So just we have to pass this particular URL. So simply copy this URL and let's add it in the base URI. So simply in the double quotes I will add the URI. That's it. After that I'm calling to the method called when. So inside this one I'm calling to the get method. So inside this will specify the booking ID. So in the double quotes here I'll say slash, in the floor brackets I will specify the, I will remove from here. So here I'm specifying the booking ID. So simply I'll copy this data, that's the booking ID which we are fetching it from the API response of the post call, and after getting this booking ID I will pass this one here. That's it. So inside this one also I'll specify the field name as booking ID. That's it. So after making the get call, so I will verify the status code. Here I'll say assert that and followed by here I'll say status code as 200. That's it. You can verify the other API response also. In the previous tutorial I have discussed how to verify the response body also. I have discussed multiple ways of getting the value from the API response and how to validate the actual value and the expected value. I have discussed in the chapter 1 and in the chapter 2 I have discussed by using the path how to identify the data from the API response, and also I have discussed how to get or the fetch the data from the API response by writing the JSON path expressions also. So that's the reason here I'm not asserting anything in the response body. So just for the time being I'm asserting only the status code in this two API calls. So after making the get call, so we are getting the 200 as a status code if you look at in the response, right? So let's create the resource quickly, and so probably that resource details are not present. So let's call the get booking details API, and we should be able to fetch the data. So we are getting the 200 as a status code. So that's the reason here I'm asserting the 200 status code. That's it. So let's execute this API test and it should work fine. Sorry. So here I'll say run as TestNG test. So as usual, it will take few seconds to make the API call. And if the application server is slow, definitely it will take few seconds, then it will give us the response. So if you look at the test results of this API test, our test is getting passed and there are no failures. If you look at here, that means our API test is working fine. So we are able to make the post API call, and after that we are able to fetch the booking ID, and by using this booking ID we are able to pass that booking ID into the get API call, and we are able to verify the resource details present in the application server or not. Now I will start discussing about how to validate the JSON schema. Now I will navigate to the Postman tool. Let's see the scenario. Here after creating the booking, so we are getting the booking ID in the API response by using this booking ID, and we are getting all the details in the get API call. So here in the API response we are getting the JSON object, right? So let's verify whether this particular API response is having the proper values or not. For example, the first name is having the string type of data and last name is having the string type of data, and if you look at the total price, it is accepting the only integer type of data. So while validating the JSON schema, so we will be validating the fields which has the proper data type of value. So we will be not validating the exact key and the value here. So we will check only the particular field is accepting the only boolean type of value or not, and if it is accepting the string type of value, then that's the validation field, right? So this is what we are doing in the JSON validations. We will verify whether all the fields are accepting the proper data type values. So now I will go to the Eclipse IDE. Already here we have created the post API request using the REST assured, and also we have created the get API request using the REST assured. Simply I will open the post API request using the POJOs. So in this class we have created the first post API request, and then we are getting the booking ID. By using this booking ID we are passing to the get call, and here we are validating whether we are able to create the resource successfully in the application server or not. Then finally we are validating the status code here. So now we will validate the JSON schema also. So before we go ahead and validate the JSON schema, so first we need to convert this API response into the JSON schema. So simply I will copy this API response, that's a JSON object, and I will go to the google.com, and here you can simply search for the online JSON to JSON schema converter, and here you will get the liquidtechnologies.com. You can go to this website, and after that simply paste the value here, and here you can check this I'm not a robot, and click on generate schema, and here you got the JSON schema, and simply click on this icon. After copying it, simply I will create the one text file in our REST assured API testing tutorial project. So inside the src test resources I will add the one text file. So here I'm giving the text file name as expected JSON schema, then I'll say dot text, then I'll say finish. So inside this I will add the JSON schema. So most of the times we will get the JSON schema from the development team, and if you are not getting it after developing the API, once you are able to get the API response, simply copy that API response and you can convert your API response into the JSON schema by going to the one of the site. So there are many sites which will help you to convert the JSON object into the JSON schema. So here we have added the JSON schema. Now we have the JSON schema and we have to specify this file location. So here I'll go to the file name here I'll go to the file name constants.java file. So here we'll specify the file location. So here I'll say public static final string, and followed by that I'll specify the variable name as JSON schema. That's it. So here we will use this base path variable, and followed by that. So this base path is nothing but we have specified the our base file location path. If you look at this one, so this particular file is there under the src test resources. So that's the reason here I'm using this base path. It has the .src test resources, and followed by simply I will add the file name here. So here I'll specify expected JSON schema dot text. That's it. We have converted the API response into the JSON schema, and after that we have specified a schema response. We have specified the schema in the JSON schema in the text file, and after that we have specified the location of the file. Once we are having the file location, we can read the file by using the commands API. So here I'm using the file utils class dot, here I'll say read file to string. So here we have to pass the two parameters. First one is file object. Here I'll say new file. Inside this we have to specify the file location. So already we have specified the file location inside the file name constants.java class. I'll copy this class name and I'll specify it class name here. After that I'll say dot JSON schema, and after that here we have to specify the UTF-8 for the encoding the data purpose of the data file, which is there in the text file. So we need to encode the data by using the UTF-8, and this particular method returns us the string type of data. So that's the reason here I'm assigning back to the string type of variable. Here I'll say JSON schema. That's it. And you can import the, so if you have already imported this file, you can import the file, and right now you can add the catch statement for this one because we are performing the IO operations. If you have already imported this file, no need to import it once again. So in my case, I have already imported the file class from the, if you look at here, so I have already imported the java.io.file, right? So that's the reason it is not showing me the error here. So after reading the text file and which has the JSON schema, let's try to print it first, then we will validate by adding the simple Maven dependency. So after the line number 57, here I'm using the system.out.println, and simply I will print this JSON schema. So we will confirm whether we are able to read the file, and once we are having the value, then we can compare the JSON schema from the get API response. Let's execute this API test, and it should print us the JSON schema which is there inside the text file. So validating the schema, it will not take more than 30 seconds because we need to write the single line of code. And if you look at this test, our test is getting passed, and also it is printing us the JSON schema. So we are able to read the JSON schema successfully. And once we are having the JSON schema, so we need to add the one dependency called JSON schema validator. You can go to the google.com, and here you can search for JSON schema validator Maven dependency. Here you can go to the Maven repository official website, and you can use any of the version. I will use the latest version 5.3.0. I will copy this Maven dependency, and I will go to the Eclipse project, and I will open the pom.xml file, and inside this, under the dependencies tag, I will add the JSON schema validator Maven dependency, and after that simply save it. So simply it will download the APIs, and once it is downloaded the APIs, we can use all the classes and the methods from that particular API. So let's close this pom.xml file. So now we are having the JSON schema, that is the expected value, and we need to get the actual value from the application server, right? So after the line number 69, so here I'm calling to the method called body. So inside this body, I am using the one class, that is a JSON schema validator. And if you look at this one, it is coming from the io.threshold.model.jsp. Simply import it, and after that simply call to the matches JSON schema. So here you can pass the file, or you can pass the input stream, and also you can pass the reader object, and also you can specify the string type of data. In our case, we have the string type of data. That's the reason here I'm choosing the matches JSON schema. I'm choosing the fourth method. And once we are having this method called, simply I will copy this JSON schema and I'll specify it here. That's it. So this one line will validate the JSON schema of your expected value and the actual value. Let's execute this API test. Now it will pass, and next time we will fail it intentionally. So we'll specify the incorrect value in the or expected value, and that time, so there will be a mismatch in the expected JSON schema and the actual JSON schema. That time it will get failed. So this time it should work fine without any issues. And if you look at this console output, our test is getting passed, right? So our test is working fine. So I will open the expected JSON schema.txt file. So if you look at here, field wise, we have specified what type of data we should get in that particular field, right? So let's specify in the first name. So just for time being, I will specify the integer type. So eventually we will not get the first name as the integer type. So in that case, our test will get failed. So let's try to fail the test this particular test while validating the JSON schema. So this particular JSON schema validation will be used to mainly check whether all the fields is accepting the proper type of values. And if you look at this console output, our test is getting failed. So one test got failed. And if you look at this one, response body does not match the expectations. And if you look at this one, we have found the string type of data in the first name, and expected is integer type of data, right? So this is how you can validate the JSON schema, and this is all about the how to validate JSON schema. Hi friends, this is Bakapa. Welcome to API testing full course. You can access all the exercise which we have done in the whole API testing course. I have already provided this link in the video description. So anyone can access this link, and also you can get the whole collections and also the environment variable details. So you can take that URL which is there in the description of this below video and paste it in the web browser. And after that, so once it is opened, so you need to export this collections into the your local system. So it will open like this after accessing the link. So this is a public access URL which I have shared it. You can click on this booking API. You can see all the APIs are there inside the two folders. So what you can do is you can click on this three dots and you can export it. So you can click on this export, and firstly you can export this booking API collection, and after that on the right side you can select the booking API environment, and after that click on this icon and click on the edit. Then you can click on three dots and you can click on this export. So this will export the environment variable details. So after exporting it, so you will get these two files. And once you have these two files, you can go to the Postman and you can click on this import and make sure that you are there in this file tab, and you can click on choose files and you can select the firstly collection, that's the Postman collection, and you can open it, and after that you can click on import. So firstly you can load the Postman collection, and after that you can load the environment details. So as I have already these APIs in my system, I don't want to import it, and this is how you can get the exercise which we have done in the API testing full course. You can find all the code which I have discussed in the rest assured API testing full course. You can search with the Bakapa and GitHub in the google.com, and here you can go to the my GitHub repository, and over here in the repositories tab you will find the rest assured API testing framework. You can go inside this repository and you can click on this code and you can copy this URI, and by using this URI, and you can simply use the git in your local machine, and you can simply clone it by using the git clone and followed by that specify the URL. So you will get the whole code which I have discussed in the rest assured API testing full course. Hi friends, this is Bakapa. Welcome back to Testers Talk channel. In the previous tutorial, I have discussed what is serialization and how to implement the serialization in the API testing. And then I have discussed what is deserialization with an example. Then I have discussed how to create the post API request using POJOs in the REST assured API testing. Then finally, I have discussed how to perform the JSON schema validation. In this chapter 4 of REST assured API testing tutorial series, you will learn how to create the API request using REST assured for generating the JSON web token. Then I will discuss how to create the put API request using the REST assured. Then we will validate the status code and the API response. Then finally, I will discuss how to create a patch API request using the REST assured in the API testing. Then we will validate the status code and the API response body. Now I will start discussing about how to create put API request using REST assured. Now I will navigate to the Postman tool. Let's discuss the manual scenario first. So first we will create the booking by using the create booking API. Here we will get the booking ID. Once we got the booking ID, we will check the resource details are present in the application server by using the get booking details API. And here we got the resource details. And to update the resource details in the server, we are going to generate the one token by using the token generator API. Here we are getting the token. And once we got the token in the update booking API, so here we are passing the booking ID in the headers. and then we have specified the booking ID in the URI. Then we are making the put API call to update the resources in the application server, right? And here we got the 200 response, and also we got the respective details from the application server, right? So let's create the put API request, and also we will create the post API request for generating the token. So what we will do is we will create the two text file, and which will contains the request body. So first text file I will create it with the token generator, and we will specify this request body, and I will create the second text file which contains the put API request body. And after that we'll specify the file location, and once we are having the request body in the string, and then simply we can create the post API request for token generation, and also we can create the put API request to update the details in the application server. So I will go to the Eclipse now, and inside the src test resources I will create the first text file, and which will contains the token generator request body. So here I'll say token request body. So here I'll say token API request body dot text. That's it. So similarly I will create the another text file for put API request body. So here I'll say put API request body. So here I'll say text, and I'll finish it. So let us add the token API request body first. So I will go to the Postman tool, and I will open the token generator API, and I will simply copy the request body, and I'll add it inside the token API request body text file. So similarly I will add the put API request body. I'll go to the update booking API, and I'll copy the API request body. So we have added both the request body in the text files. So we have to specify the file locations for these two files. So inside the com.testautomation.api testing.utils package, we have the class called file name constants.java file. Let's open this one. So let me just delete all these stuffs, and here let's add both the file locations. So here I'll say public static final, here I'll say string, and let's create the first token request body as the variable name, and then we'll specify the location of that. So let's specify the base path followed by the file name. So let's copy the file name. So I will go to the properties of the token API request body.txt file, and I will simply copy this text file name. That's it. Let's add similarly for the put API request body file. So here I'll say put API request body. So similarly I will add a token underscore API request body. So that's it. Let's add the put API request body text file name. So I will go to the file and the properties, and I will copy the file name. So that's it. So we have added the two files, and which will contains the API request body, and after that we have specified the file location. So let's create the put API request class inside the com.testautomation.api testing.tests. So inside that we will add the code. So here I'm creating a class called put API request. So that's it. So here what I will do is I will go back to the one of the class that is called post API request using file, and simply I will copy this particular test method. That's it. And I will open the again put API request Java class, and I will paste it here. That's it. So here I will delete couple of lines which are not required. So let's validate only first name. I will delete other validations here. That's it. So let me summarize what we have written in this test first. So we are reading the post API request body here from the file, and after reading it, so here we are creating the post API request using the rest assured, and after that we are validating the status code as a 200, and also we are validating the first name. And if you look at these assertions, so we are validating the first name, and after that here we are fetching the booking ID. So this particular variable is holding the booking ID after creating this booking, and it is holding the this particular booking ID, right? So once we are having the booking ID, then we are making the get call here. So this is the get API call, and this is the post API call. So that's it. So firstly we have to read the files data, that is a request body like this, like how we have read the post API request body. We have to read the token API request body, and also we have to read the put API request body. And once we are having the request body, and we can create the post API request for generating the token, and also we can create the put API request to update the resource details in the application server. So let's copy this line. So let's fetch the request body from the text file first. So here I'll say token API request body, and I'll specify the file location. Here I'll say token API request body, and this particular variable is holding the token API request body right now. And let's add the similar code for reading the put API request body. So here I'll specify the variable name as put API request body, and I will specify the file name here. So here I'll say put API request body. So that's it. So right now we are having the request body of token, and also we are having the request body of the put API request. So once we are having these two API request bodies, so first let's create the post API call for generating the token. So here I'll say token generation. So that's it. So here I will use the rest assured dot. So we are going to create the first post API call to generate the token, and once we are having the token, then we can update the resource details in the application server. So that's the reason here I'm calling the rest assured dot, then followed by given. So inside the given, simply I'm specifying the content type as JSON type. That's it. And if you look at here, this particular API call, token generator API call. So in the headers we have specified the content type, and then we have specified this particular request body also. So far we have added the content type, right? So let's add the request body, this one, and here I'm calling the method called body. So inside the body we have to specify our request body. So if you look at this particular variable, so it is holding the token API request body. Simply I will pass this here, and after that I will specify the base URI. So I will copy it from the Postman tool now. So I'll copy this particular URL, that's a URI. And if you look at here, so we are making the post API call, then only we are getting this particular token. So simply I'll specify the URI, and after that in the when keyword, simply I'm making the post call, and after that let's verify the status code. So here I'll say assert that, and after that status code. So if you look at this Postman tool, and here we are getting the 200 as a status code from the application server. So that's the reason here I'm mentioning it as a 200. So that's it. And once we verified the status code, so what I will do is I will extract this particular API call response, and once we are having the response, we can fetch this particular token number. So that's the reason here I'm calling the one more method called dot extract. So inside this we can call to the method called response. So we got the response of this post API call, then I will assign back to the response type. Here I'll say token API response. That's it. So once we are having the token API response, now we have to fetch the token ID, right? So let's copy this particular line, line number 50. So this line we were fetching the booking ID. So similarly, we will fetch the token ID also. So here I will specify the variable name as token, and of type it is a string type. That's it. So we need to pass the, so here if you look at this one, we need to pass two parameters. First one is we have to pass this post API call response. Simply I'll copy this response and I'll paste it here. And after that we have to write the expression to get the token ID. So let's copy this response and I will go to this website, JSON Path official website, and I'll paste it here. So simply I will specify the dollar dot, and after that I'll say simply the key name token, and on the right side we are getting the respective token ID. So simply I will copy this particular expression and I will paste it here. So that's it. So this particular variable is holding the token number. So once we are having the token number, we can create the put API request by using the REST assured. So let's create the put API request to update the resource details in the application server. So here I'll say put API call, and so I will use the as usual REST assured dot. In the given, I will specify the first content type as the JSON type. Then after that, I will specify the request body. So let's copy the request body variable which is holding the request body. So I will copy this line number 28 variable name. So after reading this file and we are getting the request body in the form of string, I will copy this request body, put API request body variable, and I'll paste it here. So that's it. So after adding the request body, and if you look at this particular API, update booking API, that is nothing but put API request. So in the headers, so we have added the as of now we have added this particular request body, and let's add the headers. So in the headers we have already added the content type. Now we have to add this particular key. So I'll copy this key name, that's a cookie, and here I'm calling to the method called headers. So inside headers, simply we will specify the key name and the respective value. So here I'll say, token equal to, and followed by we have to specify the token number. So simply I will copy this token and I'll add it here. That's it. And if you look at this headers, so this particular key is holding this particular value, token equal to the token ID, right? And after that, we will have to specify the base URI. So let's specify the URI. I'll copy it from the Postman tool and I'll paste it here. That's it. So now let's make the HTTP call. So here I'm saying when, followed by to the put API request. So inside this we will specify the parameter. And if you look at this particular API, in the put API request, we are specifying the booking ID to update the particular booking, right? So let's add the booking ID, and here I'll say, so already if you look at this line number, in the line number 50 already we are reading the booking ID. Simply I will copy this booking ID and I'll pass on to the put method. That's it. So after adding the URL, that's a URI, headers, and the request body, and we are making the call here. So after passing the booking ID, so let's assert the status code first. So here I'm saying assert that. Here I'm asserting the status code as 200. So let's, as of now, let's assert only the 200 status code, and then later we will validate the first name. So if you look at this put API request, and we are getting the first name, last name, all other details. So in my case, I will validate the first name and the last name. So you can try to validate other fields also, right? So as of now, we are validating the only 200 as a status code, and later we will validate the first name and the last name. So let's execute this particular API test. So far we have implemented the how to update the booking details by using the put API request. So as usual, it will take few seconds because it depends on the application server response time. So it is filled with one of the reasons. So let's check out what is the error we got it. So there's an illegal character in the URI in the line number. So in the index it is saying 45. So let's go to the put API request. So we have passed the incorrect URI. So if you look at this line number 86, so here let's delete this particular parameter because already we are passing the booking ID over here, right? So let's remove that and let's execute one more time this API test. Now it should work fine. So those are the silly mistakes even you might be making it while creating the API request. So just note down all those things and let's try to avoid making such mistakes while implementing the API test automation. Let's wait for a few seconds, then we will get the output. And if you look at this output, console output, our test is getting passed. There are 0 failures. So let's validate the first name and last name from the put API request call. So here I'll say dot, here I'll say body. So inside this body, I will specify the path, and after that, I will specify the expected value. Here I'll say matches dot, here I'll say equal to, and inside this we have to specify the expected value. So before that, so let us fetch the API response value. So let's fetch the first name first. So here, if you look at this API response of the update booking, directly we are getting the first name and last name and other fields also. If we have to access to the check-in or checkout date, so firstly we have to access to the booking dates object. So in our case, we can access first name directly. So that's the reason here I'm specifying the first name directly. Then, so let's go to the or put API request. Let's copy the expected result. The first name, it should be updated with the spec flow. Simply I'm copying this expected value and I'll be pasting it inside the equal to method. So let's validate similarly the last name also. Here I'll say last name instead of first name, and I will specify the expected value as the, let's copy it from the put API request body text file. So last name is getting updated with the Selenium C#. So let's copy this expected result and let's verify with the actual results. So here we are validating the first name and the last name. So let me summarize what we have done so far. And here we are reading the post API request body, token API request body, and put API request body from the text files. And after that, firstly we are making the post API call, and we are fetching the booking ID from the post API call. By using the booking ID, we are making the get API call. So there we are validating the resource details are created in the application server or not. Then we are generating the token by using the post API request, and once we got the token ID, by using the token ID and the booking ID, we are creating the put API request. Then finally we are validating the status code, first name and the last name. So let's execute this API test and it should work fine. So let's wait for a few seconds. Then we will get the API test result. Then we can validate whether we can verify whether it is getting passed or failed. So if you look at this results, so our test is getting passed. There are 0 failures. So this is how you can pass the token ID to the any API request, and also this is how you can update the resource details in the application server by making the put API request using the rest assured library. So far I have discussed how to create the put API request using the rest assured, and now I will discuss how to create the patch API request using the rest assured. So basically we will be passing the partial API request body, and we will be updating the resource details partially. So before we go ahead and discuss the manual scenario, so let's update few things in the put API request Java class. So here I'll update this one with the put API request, and after that I will update the line number 27 variable as a token, and similarly I will update the here also as the token API request. So that's it. So now let's discuss the manual scenario in the Postman tool, how to update the resource partially, and after that we will implement the automation code to update the resource partially. So firstly we will create the booking, and once we got the booking ID here, by using this booking ID we are checking whether resource details are created successfully in the application server by using the get booking details API. And after validating the booking details, we are generating the token by using the token generator API, and here we are getting the token ID in the API response. So once we got this token, and we are passing this token in the update booking API in the request headers, and after that we have specified the request body, and we are updating the details in the application server. So let's try to generate the token once again. And we will update the resource details. So let me create once again the booking. So it looks like there is some issue in the application server, and we have created the booking. Let's verify the details in the application server, and then we will generate the token now. So token ID got generated. So let's update it. So here I'll make the send button, and here we are making the put call, and here resource details got updated by using the put call. So in our case we will discuss how to make the partial update to the resource details. And if you look at here in the request API request body, partially we have specified the data. So that is a JSON object. Only we are going to update the first name in the application server of the particular booking details. And if you look at here, so first name is got updated with the tester stop, and we got the 200 as a status code. And if you check this particular first name in the create booking API, the value was different. And if you look at here, we have specified the first name as the API testing, right? And finally it is got updated with the tester stop. So whatever we have specified it in the request body. So let's create the patch API request using the rest assured. So firstly I will create the one text file inside the src test resources, and inside that we'll specify the patch API request body. So here I'll specify the file name as patch API request body dot text. That's it. So let's copy the patch API request body, and we will simply paste it here. So let's close all the tabs over here. So we have created the patch API request body text file, and we have added the API request body. And after adding that, so let's specify this particular file location in the file name constants.java file. So I have already tried it, so let's add it once again. So simply I will specify the public static final and string, and variable name is patch API request body, and after that I will specify the base path, followed by that I will add the file name. So I will go to the file properties, and I will get the file name, and I will specify the file name over here. That's it. Once we have the file name specified and we have the request body is ready, so let's create the new class under the com.testautomation.ab-testing.tests. So here I'm adding a class name called patch API request. That's it, and I will click on finish. So before I maximize this window, I will open the put API request Java class and simply I will copy this whole method. And I will close this put API request Java class and I will open the patch API request Java class and I will paste it here. Firstly, I will rename the test method name as patch API request. Then after that, so we have to read the request body which is there inside the text file. So if you look at the line number 25, 27 and 29, we are fetching the request body from the text file. So let's fetch the our patch API request body similarly like this. So I'll copy the line number 29 and I'll paste it here. So here I'll specify the variable name as patch API request body and here I'll specify the file location. So here I'll say patch API request body and this will particular variable holds the patch API request body. So once we are having the patch API request body and directly we can create the rest assured patch API request, right? So at the end, simply I will add the comment as patch API call and followed by that I'm using the rest assured dot here I'm saying given. Inside the given I will specify the content type first. So content type as JSON type and followed by that I'm specifying the request body. So I will copy the request body variable name from the top. So just now we read the request body from the text file. So simply I'll copy this variable name and this holds the patch API request body. So I'll specify it here. That's it. And after this, we have to add the token. That's the headers. We have to add this particular key and respective value. And also we have to add this particular URL. In the URL, we have to specify the booking ID. And finally, we have to make the patch as the HTTP call, right? So let's go to the Eclipse now. So simply I will copy this put API call, couple of lines of code, right? Simply I will copy this headers and where we are specifying the token and followed by the URI and followed by the type of HTTP call we are making, and simply I will copy this part and we will update the put. So we'll update the type of HTTP method name as the patch and after adding it here. So we have added the header and we have added the URI and followed by that here we have to specify the patch as the HTTP call name and after that we have to simply specify the booking ID. So after specifying the booking ID and if you look at this one, so here we have specified the booking ID and also we have specified the type of method followed by the headers and also we have specified the request body partially, right? So once we have specified all these details, so we will call to the then keyword and after that simply I will say assert that and here I'm asserting the status code as 200. So let's assert the first status code and later we will validate the first name because if you look at this patch API request body, we are updating the first name with the tester stock. So we will validate whether first name is getting updated with the tester stock or not. So a bit later we will verify this particular first name. So let's execute this API test now and we will make sure that it is working successfully. So we are able to make the patch API call and we are able to get the 200 as status code. So once we are able to make this successfully, we can add the validations for the API response. So here I have executed the API test. So let's wait for the results. So it is very easy, guys. What I have done is just I have created one text file and which has a request body, and after that I'm reading the text file, and once I'm having the request body, simply I'm creating the rest assured patch API request where I have specified the token in the headers, and also I have specified the booking ID in the parameters, and then we are validating this particular status code. And if you look at this particular results, so our test is getting passed successfully. So we are able to make the patch API request successfully. So let's verify. And if you look at this Postman API request, whenever I'm passing the first name as tester stock, and immediately it is getting updated with the first name as the tester stock, right? So let's verify this first name. So in the Eclipse, simply I will say in the after the status code validation, here I'll say body. So inside the body, I will have to specify the path first. So directly I will specify this first name as a key. So it will fetch the this particular first name from the API response, and here we have to specify the expected value here. So here I am specifying matches dot equal to. So inside this we have to specify the expected value. So I will go back to the patch API request body, and I will simply copy this first name and I will paste it inside the equal to method. So that's it. So you can try to add some other fields in the patch API request, and you can try to validate all other fields whatever you have added. And in my case, just I'm showing an example with the one field. So now this will validate the status code, and after that it will validate the first name is having the testers tag. So let's execute this API test and it should work fine. So let's wait for a few seconds because we are making multiple calls here. First one we are making as a post API call, then we are generating the token, then we are updating the resource details in the application server, and finally we are updating the partially resource details by using the rest assured. So let's wait for a few more seconds. We will get the this API test results. So if you look at this one, so our test is getting passed. There are 0 failures. So this is how you can create the patch API request using the rest assured in the API testing. Hi friends, this is Bakapa. Welcome to API testing full course. You can access all the exercise which we have done in the whole API testing course. I have already provided this link in the video description. So anyone can access this link, and also you can get the whole collections and also the environment variable details. So you can take that URL which is there in the description of this below video and paste it in the web browser. And after that, so once it is opened, so you need to export this collections into the your local system. So it will open like this after accessing the link. So this is a public access URL which I have shared it. You can click on this booking API. You can see all the APIs are there inside the two folders. So what you can do is you can click on this three dots and you can export it. So you can click on this export, and firstly you can export this booking API collection, and after that on the right side you can select the booking API environment, and after that click on this icon and click on the edit. Then you can click on three dots and you can click on this export. So this will export the environment variable details. So after exporting it, so you will get these two files. And once you have these two files, you can go to the Postman and you can click on this import and make sure that you are there in this file tab, and you can click on choose files and you can select the firstly collection, that's the Postman collection, and you can open it, and after that you can click on import. So firstly you can load the Postman collection, and after that you can load the environment details. So as I have already these APIs in my system, I don't want to import it, and this is how you can get the exercise which we have done in the API testing full course. You can find all the code which I have discussed in the rest assured API testing full course. You can search with the Bakapa and GitHub in the google.com, and here you can go to the my GitHub repository, and over here in the repositories tab you will find the rest assured API testing framework. You can go inside this repository and you can click on this code and you can copy this URI, and by using this URI, and you can simply use the git in your local machine, and you can simply clone it by using the git clone and followed by that specify the URL. So you will get the whole code which I have discussed in the rest assured API testing full course. Hi friends, this is Bakapa. Welcome back to Testers Talk channel. In the previous tutorial, I have discussed how to generate the JSON Web Token, that is JWT, using the rest assured. Then I have discussed how to create the put API request using the rest assured. And then I have discussed how to create the patch API request using the rest assured. In this chapter 5 of rest assured API testing tutorial series, I will discuss how to create a delete API request using the rest assured. Then we will validate the API response. Next, how to create a TestNG suite file. Then I will discuss how to run project as a Maven test. Then I will discuss how to create a multiple TestNG suite files. Then finally I will discuss how to execute rest assured API test from the command prompt. Now I will start discussing about how to create the delete API request using the rest assured. I will navigate to the Postman tool. Let's discuss the manual scenario in the Postman tool. First we will create the booking, and after creating the booking we will get the booking ID, and we will verify that in the get API request. Then so let's try to make another get request call. So let's create another fresh booking. There is some issue, it looks like. So we got the response as a 200 status score, and then we need to generate the token to delete the any resource details in the application server, right? So we have generated the token. Then I will go to the delete booking API, and here I will make the delete API call. And finally we are getting the status code as the 201, and here we are getting that created. That's it, right? So now I will navigate to the Eclipse. Let's implement the delete API request using the REST assured. So inside the com.testautomation.api testing.tests, I will create the one class. So here I will specify the class name as end-to-end test. So here I'll say API test. So that's it. So I will go to the patch API request Java class, and simply I will copy this test method. Then I will close the patch API request Java class, and I will open the end-to-end API test Java class, and I will paste it here. So let me explain what exactly this test method does it. So firstly, it is getting the request body of the post API, and it is getting the token API request body. Then it is getting the put API request body from the text files, and also it is getting the patch API request body from the text files, right? So once we got the request body and we are making the post API call here, we are creating the resource in the application server. Then we are saving the booking ID after creating the resources in the application server. Then by using that booking ID, we are passing over here and we are making the get API call, and we are validating that resource details are present in the server or not. And after that, we are generating the token by using the post API call. And after generating the token, we are saving that token in that token string variable. By using that, we are updating the resource details in the application server. And finally, we are making the another call, that's the patch API call, where we are updating the resources details in the application server partially. Now I will discuss how to create the delete API request using the REST assured. So here I'll come down. So simply I will copy this whole API request. So here I will add the comment as delete API call. Then below that I will paste the code. If you look at this API, delete API call, so we have specified three things. One is the type of method is a delete, and we have specified the URL. In this URL, that's a URI, we have specified the booking ID. The third thing is headers. We have specified the content type and the cookies data as the token number, right, after generating the token here. So we have to specify these three things. By using these three things, we should be able to delete the resource details from the application server, right? So here I will say simply I will delete this body because we are not passing any request body in the delete API call, and we are passing the headers here as a token. We have specified the cookie as the attribute name, and we are passing the token number here. Then we have specified the URL, and also in the when keyword we have specified the patch as the request type, but we have to call to the delete type of request, and here we are passing the booking ID. If you look at this API URI, at the end we are passing the booking ID. So that's the reason in this delete call I am passing the booking ID, right? So after that, so we are not getting any response, so that's the reason I will delete this stuff, and we will validate the status code. If we look at this call, delete API call, we are getting the 201 as the status code. So let's add the 201 as the expected result in the status code. So that's it. So we have created the delete API call by specifying the headers, URI, and the request type as a delete, and we are asserting the 201 as the status code. So let's execute this API test, and this end-to-end test should get passed, right? So we are creating the resource, we are updating the resources, from in the application server. Then finally we are deleting the resource details from the application server. So let's execute this API test. So before we execute this API test, let's modify this particular test method name as the E2E API request. Then I will execute this API test. So it is involved 6 API calls. So that's the reason it will take few more seconds to make the call and to get the response. Then it performs the some validations in the API response as well, right? So if you look at these results, it is working fine. So our test is getting passed and we are able to execute the booking APIs end to end. So let us try to pass the some other status code in the delete API call. So here I will pass the 200. So this time it should get failed, right? Because after deleting the resources from the server, from the application server, we are getting the 201. But we are trying to pass the 200 as the expected value. So this time our API request or the API automation test will get failed. So if you look at this console result of this API test, so this test is getting failed because of the status code is not matching. So we are expecting 200 as a status code, but we are getting the 201. So this is a expected failure. So this is all about how to create the delete API request using the REST assured. So far you have seen how to create the delete API request using the REST assured. Now I will discuss how to execute the TestNG suite file. So let's see how to create the TestNG suite file first. Then after that I will discuss how to execute the TestNG suite file. So here I will open the end-to-end API test Java class, and here I will inherit the base test here. So that's it. And if you have not imported the base test, you need to import the base test. So that's it. And what I will do is, so I will create the one suites folder inside the REST assured API testing tutorial, and inside that we can create the TestNG suite files. So here I'm adding the one folder called suites. So that's it. Here we got the suites folder, and we will convert this end-to-end API test into the TestNG XML file. I will select this end-to-end API test class and I will right click on that, and here I will select the option as TestNG. Inside the TestNG I will select the convert to TestNG option, and here I will specify the folder where I want to create the our suite file. I will click on the browse and I will select the folder which we have created just now. I will select the suites here, and inside the suites I will specify the my suite file name as REST assured API test.xml. That's it. Then I will click on finish. So if you look at here, so inside the suites folder we got the REST assured API test.xml file. So simply you can open this particular XML file, and in the line number 6 you will see the path of the end-to-end API test Java class. So this is where exactly our API tests are present right now. So you can execute by right clicking on this particular XML file, and here you can choose the option as run as and TestNG suite. So like this you can create the, based on the number of components or number of modules, you can go ahead and create the multiple suite files. So currently this execution of the API test is going on, and at the end we should be able to see the result here. So total test run is 1, and that is passing. We have 0 failures and 0 skips. So this is how you can create the TestNG suite files, and also this is how you can execute the TestNG suite files. Now I will start discussing about how to execute the project as a Maven test. Then I will discuss how to execute the API test from the command prompt. Then finally I will discuss how to create the multiple TestNG suite files and how to execute the specific TestNG suite files from the command prompt. So first I will open the pom.xml file. Here I will include the TestNG Maven dependency. So I will copy this TestNG Maven dependency and I will paste it inside the dependencies. So here I'm adding the TestNG Maven dependency. That's it. So after adding the TestNG Maven dependency, I will add the two plugins. So simply I will copy this code and I will paste it inside the pom.xml before the dependencies tag. So that's it. So let me explain what exactly this build information contains. So here I have specified the two plugins. First one is a Maven compiler plugin and it has the 3.7.0 version, and this is the one plugin, and second plugin is Maven surefilre plugin and which has the 3.0.0.-m1 version. And so this is what we have to do it in the pom.xml file. So once we are having the Maven compiler plugin and second one is Maven surefilre plugin, so we can execute our project as the Maven test. So that's it. So here I will go to our suite file and I will go to the properties and simply I will copy this file name, and again I will open the pom.xml file, and inside the suite XML file stack, here I'll specify the file name here. So here I will add the path of that. So here I'll say dot suits, so dot followed by forward slash and followed by suits. So simply I'm specifying the path of the TestNG suite file. So this particular suite file is present inside the suits folder. So that's the reason here I have specified the dot followed by the suits and I have specified the file name. So that's it, and I will update this particular project and I will select this project and I will go to the Maven, and here I'll select the option as update Maven update project. So because if you look at this here on the top of the project we are getting the error, so that's the reason I'm updating the project. So updation is done. So now we can execute the project as a Maven test. You can right click on this project and you can go to the option as run as. So inside the run as you need to select the option as Maven test. So let's maximize the console output, and if you look at here, our test execution is getting started, and here we are printing the booking ID. So after creating the booking, so we are printing the token ID. So after creating the token for updating the resource details in the application server, and if you look at here, so our build is success and there are 0 failures, right? So this is how we can execute the TestNG suite file as the Maven test. Now I will start discussing about how to execute the API test from the command prompt. So I will simply go to this project location. So here I'll say properties and I will go to this location. Then I will open this particular project and I will copy the location. So first I will do the change directory, and we are inside the project right now. And once we are inside the project, simply you need to type the mvn followed by clean and test. That's it. And if you look at here, our API test execution started. And if you look at the booking ID, so execution is going on. So it is printing the booking ID, then followed by the token ID, and also our build is success, right? So our test is working fine, and also if you look at the failures, there are 0 failures. So we are able to execute the API test from the command prompt. So let's create the another suite file and we will discuss how to execute the specific suite file from the project. So here what I will do is simply I will copy the same suite file and I will paste it inside the suits folder only. So here I'll say paste, and the name of the file is rest assured API test 2. So let it be there. So doesn't matter whatever the name, and I will click on OK. So we have the another suite file. So I will open the again pom.xml file and I will maximize this one. So in the line number 28, we have to pass the TestNG suite file name as a parameter, right? So that's the reason here I'm replacing this with the dollar symbol followed by the open flower bracket and close flower bracket. Inside that I will write the parameter name. Here I'll say suite file name. So that's it. So this particular parameter name we have to specify while executing the API test from the command prompt. So I will go back to the command prompt once again, and here you have to enter mvn followed by test and followed by -d, and here we have to specify the tag name. So here I will specify the tag name as suite file name and equal to, inside this we have to specify the path of the TestNG suite file. So if you look at this one, so this particular parameter is present inside the our project pom.xml, right? So here I have in the line number 28 I have specified the this particular parameter name. So for this particular tag we have to pass the TestNG suite file name, right? So we have to specify the path of this particular suite file. So let's say try to execute the rest assured API test 2.xml. So inside this one, so inside the double quotes I am writing dot followed by source and followed by that here I am saying rest assured API test 2.xml. So that's it. And if you look at here, so our API test execution is getting started, and also it is printing the booking ID, and also it is printing the token ID, and also our build is success, and we are having the 0 failures here, and also it has printed the booking ID and the token ID from the API test. So this is how you can create the multiple TestNG suite files based on the component or the models or the different models. You can create a number of TestNG suite files, and this is how you can execute it from the command prompt.